Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to day 9 of the Diddy trial. We are going to stream live today with the proceedings. And at this point, the court is fully stocked, meaning the judge is on the stand and the witness is also on the stand. And we're picking up with George Kaplan, who was Diddy's assistant, who ended on the stand yesterday. So he's picking back up today. I think what everybody is anxiously anticipating today, more than anything, though, is the testimony from Kid Cudi. So that should be interesting. Kid Cudi, the rumor has always been that Diddy was upset that Kid Cudi and Cassie had started seeing each other, and allegedly Diddy had his car blown up. Cassie testified somewhat to that when she was on the stand, and so today we are expected to see Kid Cudi on the stand, following the witness who's on the stand right now. So we are going to jump into the thread that we follow during these lives on X. The thread is by Inner City Press, and Law and Crime also uses this gentleman for their live streaming as well, because this trial unfortunately is not televised. So what we do here is we use Inner City Press's stream on X, but we toggle back and forth between the live update that is also happening on CNN. The context between the two sometimes is a little bit different, meaning they really support each other really well. So I think that gives us a bigger picture of what's happening. But enough housekeeping. Let's just go ahead and let's see. Let me get you all to the page where we can follow what has been happening in the court this morning. Okay, so the judge is let's get Mr. Kaplan back on the stand. And the prosecutor is still questioning Mr. Kaplan, again, a personal assistant to Diddy, because he has not been crossed yet. And from what I understand, once we get to Kid Cudi, I understand that Brian Steele might actually be doing the cross of Kid Cudi. So that should be interesting. A lot of us remember who Kid Cudi is from the YSL trial. So that should be interesting. Not sure who is going to cross Mr. Kaplan, who's on the stand right now. Maybe Brian will also be doing that, but we'll see here shortly. So this morning, the prosecutor asks Mr. Kaplan, when did you carry cash for Mr. Combs? Mr. Kaplan, $50,000 on his private jet. Did you pick up cash for Mr. Combs? $10,000 at Western Union from Combs Enterprises. What long-term relationships of Mr. Combs were you aware of? Cassie, Kim, Gina. And those three have been pretty much the main players in a lot of this. As far as the women, there's a laundry list of women, by the way, because the other assistant that testified the other day rattled off a bunch of names I hadn't even heard of, as far as the women with Diddy. Prosecutor asked, who was Kim? Mr. Kaplan said, the mother of his children. Cassie, girlfriend. Who was Gina? Another girlfriend. So then the prosecutor asks, the jet flight to Las Vegas, what was the layout of the jet? Mr. Kaplan, 4 chairs, a partition. I had a partial view over my right shoulder. Prosecutor, when you witnessed violence by Mr. Combs on Miss Ventura, why didn't you intervene? My career. Prosecutor, after the last glass breaking, what did Mr. Combs do? Mr. Kaplan, he came forward. Cassie stayed in the back. He asked me to get creams to conceal the bruising on her face. Prosecutor, how did you pay for it? Corporate credit card. I see what they're doing there. Now that I do see what they're doing as far as saying you're paying for this with your corporate credit card. I see what they're trying to weave there. Okay. Prosecutor, keep going because y'all need to do a lot more weaving so you can support these charges. All right. Let me just check one other thing here. So let me also say that the gentleman who is testifying right now, from what I understand, he also ended up quitting his job because of what he was seeing. So we'll see if that comes up in the testimony. Let's see if we have any other update at this time. Okay, so we left off with the prosecutor asking how did he pay for the creams that Diddy wanted him to buy in order to conceal the bruising on Cassie's face. Mr. Kaplan said he paid for it with a corporate credit card. Prosecutor, why did you leave Combs Enterprises? Mr. Kaplan, I didn't think I should be covering things up, like buying the witch hazel. Also, my father had prostate cancer. Prosecutor, any violence? Mr. Kaplan, he threw things at Gina, in the entryway of the main home on Star Island. What was he throwing? Green apples. Diddy is just yeah, okay. So, what was he throwing? Green apples. How hard? Very hard. Later, I took the medicine bag into their room. Mr. Combs wanted me to leave quickly. Then what? I heard Gina at the gate in male voices. Who? Security. Okay. Here we go with security again. Here we go with security again. So a couple of things to note here. Gina is the witness right now that they're saying they can't find. So I don't know. It seems as if she was supposed to testify. I don't know if they were actually able to subpoena her or not, but supposedly she is a witness that witness that everybody's been talking about, the witness they cannot find. Supposedly that's Gina. Who also supposedly does not want to testify. Gina also previously did an interview with Tasha K, and this has been a while ago. It might have even that interview with Tasha K that Gina did, if I'm not mistaken, I think that might have even happened before these charges against Diddy. But she talked a lot in that interview with Tasha K about what she experienced with Diddy, the violence and all of that. So we'll see if Gina actually makes it to this trial or not. So, and the thing about security, because here again, the prosecutor asked about how hard Diddy was throwing the green apples at Gina. And Mr. Kaplan said, very hard. Later, I took the medicine bag into their room. Mr. Combs wanted me to leave quickly. Prosecutor, then what? Mr. Kaplan, I heard Gina at the gate and male voices. Who? Security. Security, if the security folks that have been named repeatedly throughout the testimony we've heard thus far, either they were witnesses to a lot of the violence. In one instance, Cassie testified that she tried to get away and Roger Bond actually brought her back. So if they're not testifying, then my thought is that they're going to be charged as co-conspirators. And if they are testifying, you better believe that they have more than likely already cut a deal with the prosecutor, or they will be doing like what Mr. Kaplan did here before he took the stand. He came to court, say, I'm pleading the fifth. And then the judge, I think, signed like an emergency immunity deal so that he would testify. So, but security, if there is to be evidence rolled out by the prosecution of this criminal organization, security, the men whose names we've heard over and over and over, they're definitely going to be a part of that proof and that evidence. So anyway, let's see if we have another update from inside the courtroom at this time. Okay, so we left off with Mr. Kaplan saying that he heard Gina at the gate and male voices. The prosecutor asked who. Mr. Kaplan said, security. Prosecutor, when you left, what did you do? Mr. Kaplan said, I collected myself, then went to work for an integrated marketing firm. Okay. Cross examination. Now we have Diddy's lawyers crossing Mr. Kaplan. Why did you go to work for Combs Enterprise, Mr. Kaplan? He was an incredible entrepreneur. I have learned from him. What did Brian do as COO? Mr. Kaplan said, ensuring profitability of each unit. Okay, that's something that I've noted a time or two as well in some of this testimony. It's not a lot, but there has been a mention here and there by people testifying that how much they learned from Diddy. So it's interesting. It's not going to do anything, in my opinion, to make the jury say, "Oh, okay, maybe he's not that bad." But it is interesting just to hear some of these people that work from him while they're describing some of the horrible things they witnessed. Every now and then, someone will speak to how much they learned by working with Diddy. So let's see if we have another update from inside the court at this time. We don't, so I'm gonna hop over right quick for us to check and see what's on the CNN update. Let's see. They say Mr. Kaplan, who's testifying right now, former executive assistant to Sean Diddy, left the company in December 2015. This is a quote, the central reason that I left my job as Mr. Combs' assistant was that I was not comfortable or aligned with the physical behavior that had been going on that I had seen pieces of over the courses of a couple of months. Kaplan said he didn't want to be party to, quote, fixing those types of things, unquote. Kaplan also said it was extremely challenging because I was obviously extremely grateful to be in the role and have a great deal of respect for Mr. Combs, but in my heart of hearts, I knew it was the right thing to do. Okay. He's coming across really credible to me in what we're getting from inside the courtroom. I'll hop back over to the X feed that's on y'all's screen in just a second. So I'm just updating what we have here on CNN. CNN also said that after the testifying about one occasion in which he says he saw Mr. Kaplan saw Diddy be violent with Cassie in late 2015 on a private jet, Mr. Kaplan talked about another time in which he says he saw Cassie with visible injuries at the Combs home. Combs had called Kaplan over an intercom system to meet him in the master bedroom, where he directed Kaplan to pick up over-the-counter products like witch hazel. Kaplan said he realized the products would make an anti-swelling agent. To get to Combs, he passed Cassie, who was crying on the bed with her head in her hands, Kaplan testified. She had visible bruising on her face, said Kaplan, who added he didn't stop to talk to her or check on her. He left the house to get the items Combs requested at a nearby pharmacy, paying for them with his Combs Enterprise Company credit card. So, man, this just tells you, and even though this is still about the domestic violence, I think that part about paying for this stuff with the company credit card might be a valuable dot to connect in the future as they try to prove some of these other charges. But look, it's just, maybe we shouldn't be shocked by how many people witnessed how comfortable Diddy was with doing this type of thing around people, and not only around people he hired, because remember, there's already prior testimony that they were at a dinner somewhere where there were other people there from the record label, and he punched Cassie in the stomach. So this man was incredibly comfortable doing these types of things in front of people or in front of certain people. And he did not expect to have a consequence for what he was doing. That is obvious. All right, so let's go and see if we have another update from inside the courtroom at this time. Okay, nope, we're still waiting. And so, yeah, it is just when you read that and you see where the defense is really trying to, pull out something from this witness, the person who was a very close assistant to Diddy. I don't know. I can't. I was about to say it baffles me, but then at the same time, I'm like, we shouldn't be surprised. We shouldn't be surprised. We've had people like this in our history before, right? Egomaniacs, so much power, so much fame, so much money, thinking that they are invincible, thinking that nothing will happen to them. And in part, and let's say very specific to Diddy, he probably really did rock that way because he had gotten away with a lot of things. I mean, you think about how Shine did time for him. You think about other charges that he had that he didn't have a consequence. You think about other things he did, like blowing up cars and physically assaulted people, and that type of thing. All the rumors, maybe they're just rumors. I don't know, but even assaulted some of his artists. Just it's just the thing where he had the party and the people got trampled. He didn't really have a major consequence from that in his early days. Allegedly, when he was on campus, I believe he went to Howard, if I'm not mistaken. But allegedly, there was some girl he was dealing with that he pulled out. They made it sound like he pulled her out on the quad and just started being an ass, and nothing seemed to have come from that either. So, saying all of that to say, this man was very, very much accustomed to doing a whole lot of shit with no consequence. And through all of those things, even when he could have spent time in prison before and was found not guilty, none of that, no matter how close he came to losing it all, none of that made him say, you know what, I gotta tighten up. I gotta tighten up. Even if I just gotta tighten up just a little bit, because as freaky as this man was, it was no way, he wasn't finna be a Puritan. But he didn't have to do it like this, okay? But you don't see any of that. And just like the guy who's on the stand now, who was his assistant, it was nothing for him to have an incident where he beat Cassie that's bruising on her head, and the assistant comes in where this is happening. Cassie is sitting there with her hand in her head, and he's giving a list to go, hey, go get this from Walgreens. I'm adding Walgreens, but go get this witch hazel and these other things so we can get this girl swelling down. I mean, just like nothing, right? So that is just, like I said, with all of the charges against Diddy, whether the prosecution proves RICO or not. Remember, there's a laundry list of charges against Diddy. If I'm not mistaken, there's like 30 plus charges against Diddy. I don't see him going home. Doesn't he have something about him going home? I'm going home. Okay, well, anyway, I don't see Diddy going home. I don't see going. He may not end up in prison for life, especially if the prosecution keeps going the way they've been going with some of the larger charges. But he has 30 plus charges. He has 30 plus charges. So if this man walks out of this trial and he's found not guilty, do you all think that after this experience that would be enough for him to finally say, let me get my shit together? Let me go on and get some real treatment for my addiction problems, including sex addiction. Do you think if he's found not guilty that would finally be enough for him to maybe seek out some religious help? I'm talking about serious. Look, you need an exorcism, bro. you need an exorcism at this point. Do you think that will finally be enough to make him try to really change? Or will it have the opposite impact and now he's more emboldened, like, oh, okay, that's right, you can't touch me, I can do anything? Like, which way is he likely to go if he's found not guilty? All right, so we have an update. So let's see, we left off with the defense attorney asking Mr. Kaplan, why did you go to work for Combs Enterprises? Mr. Kaplan said he was an incredible entrepreneur. I have learned from him. The defense attorney said, what did Brian do as COO? Mr. Kaplan said, ensuring profitability of each unit. Mr. Kaplan went on to say, I was an employee when Revolt TV launched. Oh, I remember when when Revolt TV launched. A lot of us in the community, in the culture, were very excited about that. Just about another one of us, quote unquote, owning, because I don't think down the road, I don't know if it literally became that he literally owned that. But nevertheless, I remember when Revolt TV launched, we were very excited to have someone else in the culture owning a TV channel, owning a network. Excuse me. I remember the excitement around that. Defense attorney, tell me about it. Mr. Kaplan, we were on the sixth floor of 1710 Broadway. Everyone was there. It was momentous. Defense attorney, diversity was important to Mr. Combs. Mr. Kaplan said specifically for African Americans. See, and then you had to let us down. Let us down. Because while we appreciate all of that, bro, bro, okay, the defense attorney goes on. What did Blue Flame do? Mr. Kaplan said marketing for Ciroc. The defense attorney said, what is Diageo? Mr. Kaplan said they own Johnny Walker and others. Mr. Combs set up a marketing entity for Ciroc. Okay. Okay. Let's see if while we're waiting to see what other update, and I'm trying to see where's the defense right now. Only thing I could tell that the defense might be trying to do here is just, I don't know, show other positive things about what Diddy was doing on the business side, just to try to mitigate some of what we've seen throughout the testimony of this trial, which is just everything that makes him a monster. So I don't know if they feel like peppering with this questioning right now is going to maybe help offset some of that. So let's see if we have another update. Okay. Excuse me. So we left off with Mr. Kaplan answering the question with, as far as what is Diageo. He said they own Johnny Walker and others. Mr. Combs set up a marketing entity for Ciroc. And then the defense attorney said, your job, what was it? Mr. Kaplan said, for example, Mr. Combs was saying, we are going to leave the house. He meant 3 to 5 minutes. I had a checklist for the bags and toiletry. It was a bad look in me if something wasn't, it was a bad look on me if something wasn't in there. Okay. Defense attorney, is there a binder near you? I can't read that. Mr. Kaplan, it says Southern District. Defense attorney, I'm handing you something to refresh your recollection. Take a look at it as long as you want to. Okay, what could this possibly be? What could this possibly be? The way this testimony is going, I'm assuming, or the way this questioning is going, I'm assuming that whatever they just handed to Mr. Kaplan is probably something that's praising Diddy in some kind of way. So while we're waiting for the update on X, let me hop over to CNN for us to see what kind of update we may have. The defense attorney cross-examining Kaplan, yes. The defense attorney asked Kaplan to expand on the positive things he said about his time working for Combs. Mr. Kaplan said, working for Mr. Combs made my world so much bigger in such a short period of time. The former assistant said he still carries business lessons from Combs with him to this day and believes he would not have had the jobs and success he's had since if he had not worked for Mr. Combs. Kaplan previously testified he started at Combs' Enterprises in 2013 as an executive assistant to the chief operating officer and was promoted about 10 months later to Combs' executive assistant. So he was Combs' executive assistant. This just wasn't any old regular assistant, which it seemed as if Diddy had like a little small army of assistants. But Mr. Kaplan was Diddy's personal executive assistant. So he was the one closest to him for a period of time. Another update from CNN was that, let's see, Kaplan testified that he once saw Combs throw a number of decorative or green apples at another girlfriend. Okay, this is what they're talking about with Gina. The incident happened in late 2015 at Combs's Miami Beach home, he said. Combs was very angry and he was throwing the apples hard, Kaplan said. She was trying to shield herself with her arms as she moved away from Combs. Kaplan testified that he did not intervene. He said he was a young kid really trying to make it in the entertainment industry. Quote, this was essentially my first professional endeavor, and I actually thought for a second this might be normal. I can understand him, especially as a young man, this being his first real professional job, to think that, especially in this entertainment world. He's probably like, is this what they do? So I can definitely understand a young person in that environment having that thought for sure. Okay, let's see if we have an update on what he wanted Mr. Kaplan to read. So we don't have an update yet. So yeah, I know everybody is like, okay, this is all nice and everything, but can we hurry up and get the Kid Cudi? Let's hurry up and get the Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi is definitely um the main attraction today as far as witnesses. Okay, 3 to 5 minutes. That's not a lot of time. He was using people to handle the drugs. He was definitely using people to handle the drugs. We have both the other assistant, David James, and now Diddy's executive assistant, also both testifying to the same thing. A couple of the same things they've testified to. They both testified to handling drugs for Diddy, for also going and buying the drugs for Diddy. They've also both testified about setting up rooms for Diddy, the whole baby oil and lighting and Astroglide and all of that. So yeah, so I think we don't even really need another witness to tell us that again because yeah, I think we could check that box on that. All right, let's see if we have any other update at this point. Okay. We're still waiting to see what might be the response from Mr. Kaplan when the defense attorney gave him something to look at and is waiting for him to give a response. So we're still waiting on that. And we don't have an update yet from them. But let's hop over. I'll hop over to CNN and let's see for us if they have any other update while we wait for the X feed. Ex-assistant describes Combs' infectious energy. Mr. Kaplan, who's on the stand right now, a former executive assistant to Diddy, listed some of the different businesses Combs was associated with, including Sean John, Revolt, Blue Flame, and Ciroc. Quote, when you work with Mr. Combs, part of the job, whether you're close to him or not, he has an extremely infectious vibration, he testified. You're around him and you feel his excitement. Okay. I don't think we question that. I think part of what makes all of this so diabolical, uh, I think probably all of us would agree that part of why Diddy was able to become as successful as he was is because of the fact that he's charismatic. That he definitely had the it factor, even from just gathering certain artists. Now, the problem with Diddy and why it becomes so diabolical, even before we got to this trial where we are today, we've heard for years about how he basically did not take care of his artists, gave them bad deals, or some other thing. We've heard about the thing with Kid Cudi, and but so there's always been, like, to me, almost like two paths, with two paths running at the same time with Diddy. You had the side where he was an entrepreneur, uber successful, very charismatic, appearing to be very involved in the culture, even far as like vote or die campaign. Do y'all remember that? The vote or die campaign. So you had all of those things going on, right? And then on the other hand, you had other things that we saw far as how he treated his artists, which wasn't really, really well at all. Some of the rumors about how he was with women, some of the rumors around what he allegedly did to Kid Cudi car, some of the rumors around what involvement he might have had with Tupac and Biggie's deaths. So there's always these two different streams, if you will, about Diddy that was running simultaneously for a while, but we're here now. We're here now with these charges. So let's see if we have any update from inside the court from where we left off. And yes, we do. Okay, so we left off with the defense attorney asking Mr. Kaplan, Diddy's former executive assistant. He said, I'm handing you something to refresh your recollection. Take a look at it as long as you want to. The defense said, you ran an offsite training, a graduate from Harvard Business School, also Kenny Burns. Mr. Kaplan said, I remember. The defense attorney, you were effective, right? Mr. Kaplan said, I worked hard. Defense attorney, I don't know how you'll answer. Was it good or bad? Mr. Kaplan said it was complicated. Okay, I'm very curious to see where the defense is going here. Where is the defense going with these questions? I'm assuming they're going somewhere, but right now we don't know. So while we wait for the next update to the thread, let's look at a couple of these comments. Somebody's like, okay, all right. So someone has commented, I just saw something saying that Lorianne Gibson is testifying. I wouldn't be surprised if Farnsworth Bentley was also on the list at this point. I tell you, I think if Lorianne Gibson is testifying and Farnsworth Bentley is testifying, I think everybody will be like front and center to hear what they have to say, and probably more front and center really for Farnsworth Bentley, because I think a lot of people assume that he probably saw a lot of things, right? Somebody else is asking what is in the binder. This is something that they handed to Mr. Kaplan in the stand to look at. Someone else commented, this is all about the public humiliation of Combs since he got out of line with his masters. And I think what they're alluding to there is when Diddy said that the liquor company that he was working with, the one that owns the Rock, if I'm not mistaken, that because from what I understand, this company actually owns the Rock, but Diddy was actually the face of it, and they were paying Diddy a healthy amount of money to be the face of Ciroc, because I think a lot of us, especially those of us in the culture, for the longest time, we thought Ciroc actually was owned by Diddy. But it turns out it was not owned by Diddy. It's actually owned by somebody else. When Diddy started publicly making negative comments about this company, there are thoughts that, that's kind of when Diddy's world started unraveling. So that's what this person means by this comment about this public humiliation of Combs since he got out of line with his masters. That's what he's referring to. There is a thought that once he publicly started trying to humiliate the company that actually owns the Rock, that is when his world started unraveling. And look, if there's some truth to that, because, we've seen enough in this world to know that could be true. The thing would be here is that they would just be expediting exposure. It wouldn't be that they created things that he wasn't doing, right? It may be when he got into a fight with this liquor company, some of the cover or the protection that he depended on to really not have consequences for the stuff he's done or he's doing, maybe some of that was removed, right? Maybe some of that was like, okay, yeah, he's a mark, you can get him. Okay, let us help. So that's the thought when people mention like how his world just seemingly fell apart when he disconnected or when he started publicly accusing the liquor company that actually owns Ciroc of discrimination. That some people think that may have something to do with where he is right now. And again, if it does have something to do with where he is right now, it was just that he lost protection. He lost protection. That's all. It doesn't change the fact that he's doing these things, right? All right, so let's see if we have another update at this time. Okay, yes, we do. So where we left off, the defense attorney was asking about some type of training that this assistant did with a graduate from Harvard. The defense said you were effective, right? Mr. Kaplan said I worked hard. The defense asked, I don't know if you how you'll answer. Was it good or bad? And Mr. Kaplan replied, complicated. The defense, he didn't need to yell at you when you brought two waters. Mr. Kaplan said, I worked hard. The defense, okay, who was Biggie? Okay, now they didn't brought now that's the first time. Let me add Biggie. I have a running list of all entertainers' names who are mentioned, who's mentioned in this trial. Luckily, everybody who's been mentioned thus far wasn't involved in any of these freak offs, but there's quite a long list now of entertainers mentioned. So, okay, let's see what's up. What they're about to ask about Biggie. He said, okay, who was Biggie? Mr. Kaplan said, a huge rapper who unfortunately passed away. The defense, wasn't Biggie's birthday a holiday at Combs' Enterprises? Mr. Kaplan replied, yes. Okay. Okay, so I'm not really sure. Okay, I'm just let me be patient. Let me be patient with the defense and see where they're going because this defense team frustrated me the last few days. So I'm just let me be patient. Let me just be patient and see where they might be going with this. Okay, let's see if we have any update before we take a look at some of the comments. Do we have an update? Okay, no, we're waiting. So while we're waiting, let's take a look at what people are saying. And somebody said, "Uh-oh, dig into Biggie." Whew, okay, I hope. We'll see. Someone else says, "What does the birthday holiday have to do with this?" Oh boy, now we're talking about Biggie. Yes, Biggie has entered the chat. Somebody said, "Oh." Someone else commented, always wondered why Puffy never offered a monetary reward for somebody to come forward regarding Big's murder. Hmm. Curiouser and curiouser. Someone else commented, why he bringing up Biggie? Let the dead rest in peace, dude. I mean, come on. I kind of could rock with that, especially Biggie's mom just passed too. Like, where we going, defense team? Why are we bringing Biggie up into this? Somebody else say, here we go. Let's try to debunk the rumors. Diddy off Biggie. Well, someone else said, okay, how does Biggie fit into all of this? George Kaplan, you bet not say nothing crazy about Biggie. We might have to storm the queue to get to get at your ass after court. Continue, defense. Someone else commented, I never understand whether defense lawyers are going on cross. Amen to that. Barbie gone bad. They have been just okay. 1 minute they're headed in a particular direction, then they randomly switch to another direction. It never connects with me. That has probably been one of the biggest flaws with how the defense has been handling this case. Don't get me wrong. They definitely, in my opinion, they've had a couple of days where they clearly, in my opinion, won today. I can definitely, following it as closely as I am, see where they maybe have won a point here, won a point there. But when I tell you this defense, depending on who's doing the cross, they will do exactly what this person just said. You will be talking about something. They'll be like, did you ever see Mr. Combs with a gun? The person might say, no, I never saw him with a gun. And the defense would say, well, you like cotton candy, right? I mean, I'm being facetious, but that is exactly what the defense has been doing. And I'm like, is this a strategy? It's almost like how I'm thinking of the prosecution, like, with being very slow to get to the things where everybody can say, oh, yeah, Diddy was definitely running a criminal organization. Almost the same way we look at them and say, where's the stuff? Look at the defense like, what y'all doing? What kind of crazy patchwork quilt is this? Because we can't follow you. And if we can't follow you, I don't know if the jury is able to follow you. Now, granted, there's a lot in these notes that we're getting from journalists inside the courtroom that may not, it can't be as fluid as what is happening with what the jury is seeing. So there's that. So there's a consideration. But like I said, even when reporters report like what they're experiencing, who are literally sitting in the courtroom, they also complain about the defense hopping around like that. So I don't know. So let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Uh, okay, I thought we had an update from there. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we were talking about Biggie. He brought up Biggie. He brought up Biggie. Okay, yes, we do have an update. Okay, where we left off, the defense attorney asked Mr. Kaplan, wasn't Biggie's birthday a holiday at Combs Enterprises? Mr. Kaplan said yes. And for anyone who's just joining, Mr. Kaplan was Diddy's personal executive assistant. Okay. The defense, was it a creative environment? Mr. Kaplan said, absolutely. It attracted all kinds of creative people, lawyers, musicians, advertising people. The defense, a few specific questions. You used a corporate credit card? Mr. Kaplan says, yes. Okay. Let me hop over right quick for us to see what is on the CNN update. Okay. All right. Former assistant George Kaplan commented or confirmed that he still remembers how badly he felt when Sean Diddy Combs spoke to him in certain ways. Quote, I'm a young man and this is a God among men, Kaplan said, describing their dynamic at the time. He said working for Combs was a quote once in a lifetime opportunity. And even though his moral compass pushed him to quit, he still wishes Combs well on his birthday every year on November 4th. Okay. CNN also captured 2 minutes ago that the defense attorney confirmed with Mr. Kaplan, a former executive, okay, we got it, that KK, and remember, KK is Diddy's chief of staff, who I know we're going to see her. I know we're going to see her because we didn't see her. She'd be charged as a co-conspirator. She's like that lady who was Epstein's right hand, who's actually in prison right now. Okay. Anyway, CNN said the defense attorney confirmed with Mr. Kaplan that KK, Combs' former chief of staff, was, quote, disappointed and saddened when he told her about the violence he witnessed between Combs and his girlfriends. The defense confirmed with Kaplan that KK wasn't indifferent and didn't endorse the violent behavior. Kaplan, when asked, said it was sad and the violence was horrible, but it was also sad, he said, because it compelled him to leave a job he liked and was proud of. Interesting. Interesting that the defense would ask questions that would shoot a little bell to KK, especially when I'm assuming KK, Diddy's ex-chief of staff, is actually going to be testifying for the prosecution. So we might be looking at a little chess move right there from the defense side. But I don't know. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting to tie back to whenever we do see Diddy's chief of staff on the stand to try to tie back to what the defense might have been trying to set up there. Okay, let's see if we have an update on the X feed from where we left off. And we may have an update. Okay, yes, we do. Okay, so we left off with the defense saying a few specific questions to Mr. Kaplan. You used the corporate credit card? Mr. Kaplan said yes. The defense attorney, how did Mr. Combs pay? Mr. Kaplan said KK held his wallet with a black American Express in it. The defense attorney, you have no reason to think he kept track of how baby oil was paid for. Mr. Kaplan said no reason. Defense said, or applesauce. Mr. Kaplan said he loves applesauce. this must really love applesauce, because the other assistant that testified, David James, said that Diddy would literally put applesauce on his cheeseburgers, which made me automatically just want to vomit, because I'm like, well, how does that even go together? But when I Google that, do y'all know that that is not like, there are restaurants, and it was, I mean, there are posts, there are things out there, not specific to Diddy doing this, but where this is done, where there are cheeseburgers that you can get with applesauce on it. And when I saw that, I said, well, what is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be maybe some kind of fine dining that is outside or above my pay grade? Because I've never been to a restaurant, and I've been to a few nice restaurants, but maybe these are way nicer, where they think it's very frou-frou, if you will, that add applesauce to a cheeseburger. I'm just saying. Okay. So anyway, the defense is asking him about applesauce. Mr. Kaplan said Diddy loves applesauce. The defense said on cheeseburgers and smiles, and Mr. Kaplan says on everything. Luckily, we didn't see any applesauce at these freak offs. I'm surprised we didn't, considering. Okay. The defense said, let's talk about the plane. You heard glass breaking. You didn't see it. Mr. Kaplan said, I didn't see it. Defense attorney, the incident with Gina, you walk into the house, there's a thin table. Mr. Kaplan replied, I don't know. Okay. So we'll wait and see what comes next. But the defense did this also with Don Richard, who I actually feel like they destroyed on cross. Don Richard, who on my live, if anybody goes back, I'm calling her Don Richard throughout the whole thing. I didn't know her name was to be pronounced Richard. I wonder if that's real, or did she just start pronouncing Richard as Richard? But anyway, it's Don Richard. I felt like the defense cross examination of Don, I think she got destroyed. But one of the things they did do with her, similar to what they just asked Mr. Kaplan, was, you heard something, but you didn't actually see it, right? Because Dawn had an inconsistent testimony where she said one time to the government that she didn't see Diddy throw a frying pan at Cassie, but she heard it hit the wall. Then in another testimony, I think on the stand, actually, she said she saw it. So it was just a lot of back and forth like that, that they were trying to trap her up in. And I think the way she responded to it is what actually made them be a bit successful, with most people agreeing that Dawn's testimony was not the greatest by the time she was being cross-examined by the defense. So I think here with Mr. Kaplan, they're doing the same thing. Excuse me. Mr. Kaplan talked about an incident where they were on a private plane. He heard glass breaking. Some type of assault was going on, is the assumption. And the defense is saying, well, you heard glass breaking, but you didn't see it. So you don't really know what the glass breaking was about, is where they're trying to go. So Mr. Kaplan is like, I didn't see it. And then they said the incident with Gina, you walk into the house, there's a thin table, and Mr. Kaplan says, I don't know. So let's see if we have another update since then. Okay, defense attorney, you don't remember how a person could get out of the gate at Two Star Island? Mr. Kaplan, no, I just heard screaming and commotion. Defense attorney, screams of terror or of how can I open this gate? Mr. Kaplan, I don't know how to distinguish between the two. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I don't know. It feels very much like, I don't know. We'll see where the defense goes, if anywhere, and how they're gonna land this, because right now it just feels like they're trying to get somewhere, but it's not obvious. So let's be a little bit more patient and see what else they might add. Um, Someone commented like a horror movie, referring to the screams of terror that Mr. Kaplan said he heard. Well, he said he heard screaming and commotion. The defense was actually said the one who used the phrasing, was it screams of terror or of how can I open this gate? And Mr. Kaplan said, I don't know how to distinguish between the two. So while we wait on the update on the X feed, let's see what people are saying. Someone said the defense is just wasting time. Someone else said, who screams and gets terrified when they can't open a gate? Well, that depends on what you're running from. That depends on what you're running from. So someone else commented, yikes. Someone else commented, just screaming. Someone else said, Kaplan, oh, also, I'm a young man. This is a God among men describing how he views Sean Combs, but you just said that on the stand. When he worked as the producer's assistant, he didn't just push me to my deepest depths, he took me to depths that I didn't know I had. He actually helped me grow up as a man. Now, I'll have to see if he said all of that, but the part we did get from the journalist is that he did say that Diddy was a God among men. So it is very obvious that this young assistant who had the opportunity of a lifetime, as he said, working for Diddy, was very, very grateful for the opportunity that he had. And that it is also very obvious, even though he ended up quitting because he didn't want to, keep witnessing or as he said, keep helping to clean up some of the things he saw. It is very obvious still that he has a lot of admiration for Diddy, and from a business perspective. So let's keep moving. So we left with the defense asking about what type of screams. When you said you heard screaming and commotion, what type of screams was it? The defense said, were they screams of terror or of how can I get open this gate? Mr. Kaplan said, I don't know how to distinguish between the two. The defense attorney said, he threatened your jobs, but did he physically threaten you? Mr. Kaplan said, no. Defense attorney, you talked about Kim Porter. Y'all, when I tell you, I feel so bad about how often Kim Porter's name has been mentioned in this trial. Kim Porter's name has been mentioned so much in this trial. I mean, every time her name comes up, I feel bad for her, literally, even though she's no longer with us. I feel bad for her children, especially her daughters. And I'm just like, this is a tragedy in a lot of ways. Okay. So let's go back. I'm sorry. Pardon me for that uh, little tangent there. But the defense attorney said he threatened your jobs, but did he physically threaten you? And Mr. Kaplan said, no. Defense attorney, you talked about Kim Porter, how she was different. Mr. Kaplan said his respect for her. They had incredible kids. The defense attorney said, thank you. Okay, so let me just say this. And this, I know this is going to seem a little weird statement considering everything we now know about Diddy. But there's levels to this. There's levels to this. I do think, even from the testimony we got from Cassie and the testimony we got from Cassie's ex best friend of 17 years, that Diddy did hold Kim Porter in a special place. Now, he didn't treat her right. That's why they weren't together. I can remember an Essence article from way back in the day with Kim Porter talking about their relationship. Now, it was nothing as wild as what's being here, but I don't think Kim Porter would have told it, even if it was. But it didn't seem like it was on that type of time. It did just from, I'm going by just what was in the article, but she did talk about the problems they had. She definitely talked about the infidelity. She definitely talked about the fact, with the twins, the sister Chance, Kim and the other lady was pregnant at the same time. So it was no fairy tale. That is what I'm getting at here. But I do think Diddy had Kim in a different box. And especially when Cassie testified during this trial and said that one of her gripes was that she was never allowed to have a relationship with his children. Now, the majority of Diddy's children come from Kim, even Quincy, the one, that is biologically Albie Shores, but, for all intents and purposes, that's his son. So Cassie said they were together, years. All the years that they were together, she was never allowed to have a relationship with his children. Think about that. Think about that. So he would spend certain holidays when Kim was alive with Kim and the children. Cassie was upset that he wasn't integrating her into any of that, and he never did. There's been testimony from someone else already. I think one of the assistants, yes, David James, that he overheard Diddy talking to someone and talking about Cassie was young and moldable. But Kim Porter was his queen and was living in LA with his family. So I do think Diddy had Kim in a different category. And there has also been testimony from Cassie that when Kim Porter passed away and when Diddy proclaimed to the world that he lost his soulmate, she testified about how hurt she was by that. Now, I'm going to get back to this testimony because we can have a whole conversation around this whole thing with Kim, Cassie, Diddy, and how Cassie, I'm not going to muddy the water right now with what that could be a whole conversation in itself. Because there's a lot of nuance in that. It's a lot of nuance in that. And okay, let me go back to the testimony. So again, the defense attorney said, you talked about Kim Porter, how she was different. He said, yes, his respect for her. They had incredible kids. The defense said, thank you. So let's see if that is the end of the defense questioning. Okay, no, it's not. Let's go further. So the defense then said, when you set up hotel rooms for Mr. Combs and Miss Porter, oh Lord. When you set up hotel rooms for Mr. Combs and Miss Porter, there was no baby oil, right? Mr. Kaplan said lotions. Defense attorney, you expressed caution about hotels while you cleaned the room afterward. Mr. Kaplan said hotel staff could sell photos. Everyone wants a payday. All right, now let's just sit with this for a moment. Now, we don't know what else is about to be asking. I'm going to flip over to CNN to see if we can get more context. So with Kim and him just setting up lotions, I don't want to. It's just already an apparent difference between what the assistants were required to do in a setup when it was Cassie and the Freakouts. And keep in mind, some of this does overlap. Because when Cassie first got with Diddy and they were doing their things, even when they first started with the Freakouts, Diddy was still, based off of testimony, he was still publicly with Kim. It's all twisted. Like I said, when I say Diddy had Kim in a different category, he had her in a different category, but still, there's no prize here for the women at all. just to be clear about that, he made a difference between Kim and everybody else, but there was no prize to be at the top of the roster with Diddy. Okay. So let's see if we have another update before I jump and see how CNN might be framing up some of this. All right. So according to the CNN updates, and we'll take a look at that while we wait for the X feed to be updated. Defense questioned Kaplan about how expenses were handled for Combs. Kaplan previously testified that he paid for things for Combs or anything work related on his corporate credit card. Kaplan said Combs never personally paid for something in the moment. Usually, an assistant, like then Chief of Staff KK, would hold Combs's wallet, which held just a credit card and a license. Combs's travel and excursions were always handled by employees, not Combs. The defense asked Kaplan whether there was any reason, quote, to think he's keeping track of baby oil purchases, and we did see this on the X feed. And Kaplan said definitely not, no. Quote, his world was the size of the earth, Kaplan said, explaining that his boss was dealing at a high level with business situations around the world, and Combs had employees who dealt with the finer details of finances and ensured that Combs had whatever he wanted. Quote, to think that he knew where some of these things were coming from is unrealistic, is what Kaplan testified to. Another update we have on the CNN side is that defense attorney returned to the incident that George Kaplan, a former executive, witnessed on the airplane. Kaplan said that he saw Cassie Ventura in close proximity later that night, but did not remember seeing any injuries on her. Kaplan said that he didn't recall if any of the apples Combs threw at Gina actually hit her. Kaplan confirmed that Combs yelled at him and threatened his job, but never physically threatened him. He said he never heard Combs verbally threaten to harm Ventura physically. Okay, now he said he never heard Combs verbally threaten to do it, but he has testified that he's seen the aftermath. So, okay. Let's go back to the X feed now and see if we have an update to what we last heard here. And they're coming pretty fast with the updates today, so that's a good thing. So we're still waiting. Kim Porter has now been mentioned again, as far as the hotel room setup. This assistant was talking about when he set up the hotel room for Diddy and Kim. The defense attorney asked, did that involve baby oil? And he said, no, just lotion. I think the defense attorney also might have worded that way so that they could kind of highlight there was a different relationship with Cassie, a different consensual relationship with Cassie. And they want to point out that Diddy was capable of treating a woman differently, I think is where the defense is trying to go. So let's see if we have any other update at this point. I've been very happy with how fast Inner City Press is moving today. All right. Just 1 second. I put you all on mute because I didn't want you all to hear me smacking. Trying to eat a little bit of breakfast. Okay. Let's see if we have an update. And I wonder how people are feeling about this testimony from Diddy's executive assistant. It feels very credible to me. And it also feels very complimentary to Diddy while also talking about some of the things he witnessed. Credible or very respectful of Diddy from the perspective of how it was to work for him, what he learned from him, and that type of thing. So we do have an update. So let's see what we have here. Okay, so we left off with the defense saying you expressed caution about hotels while you clean the room afterward. And Mr. Kaplan said hotel staff could sell photos. Everyone wants a payday. So the defense attorney said, "You sent him a photo of him and Kim Porter." Mr. Kaplan said, "After she died, I was heartbroken for him." Defense, "You were close?" Mr. Kaplan, I invited him to my wedding. I didn't hear back. Um, the defense objects, surprise looks. Defense, you respected him. Mr. Kaplan said yes. Okay. Yeah. So again, this is a very interesting witness because, like I said, it is very clear that Mr. Kaplan had, and maybe even still has, a tremendous amount of respect for Diddy. It is very clear in the testimony that he's giving right now. While he is also testifying about things he saw and that he ultimately quit his job because he didn't want to be part of cleaning up behind some of the things he saw. But he is more than that, though. I think he's laying out a complimentary picture of his experience with Diddy from a work perspective. So that is interesting. Um, Somebody in the comments said Diddy beat the hell out of one of Kim's boyfriend, Shaquem Stewart, in Italy. Hotel Shaquem mother had to testify. Kim had to break off long before Cassie could get that record deal and became the new Kim through forced labor. Was Kim the first to allow this trend? Okay. I do remember the story about Diddy beating up Shaquem Stewart. Let's see. He objects to answer his own question. Someone said justice for Kim Porter. Someone else commented, "You respected him, but he didn't give a shit about you. You were just staff." The testimony is coming. The testimony is coming across like, I don't know. He might still be kind of idolizing Diddy in a way. So it's this is interesting. Let's see where we landed here. Uh, Okay, so we ended, they have an update at this point. So where we left off, Mr. Kaplan was saying that he invited Diddy to his wedding, but he didn't hear back. The defense objected. Don't know why. But anyway, the defense then said, "You respected him," and Mr. Kaplan said, "Yes." The defense said, "What's this a photo of?" Mr. Kaplan says, "Me, KK, and Mr. Combs at Teterboro Airport. He just got the jet. That's why there's champagne." Defense, "You're happy there, right?" Mr. Kaplan said, "No, refresh it. It's that I was glad I had found the mascara in the back seat." What? What? So I'm gonna have to wait to see what CNN posts for this right here to try to understand what are y'all talking about. So the defense attorney said they found you and subpoenaed you. Mr. Kaplan said, "I had to retain counsel right away." Defense attorney, no further questions. Judge, redirect. Prosecutor. So the prosecutor now is redirecting after the defense just ended their cross of Diddy's former personal executive assistant. Prosecutor, which incidents shook you? Mr. Kaplan, the plane with Cassie and the apples with Gina. I felt guilty I didn't do anything after the incident with Cassie on the plane. Prosecutor, but you didn't see any injuries? Mr. Kaplan, people can be injured without injuries being visible. The tonality and tension with the apples he threw at Gina, it was troubling. I guess so. If you saw him hurling, as you said, green apples at her like he was really trying to injure her, yeah, that would be troubling. Okay. I'm assuming that the prosecutor is not gonna have many questions on this redirect at all. And I think we're probably super close to getting the Kid Cudi at this point. Um, let's see what CNN may have said while we wait for the X feed to be updated. Ex-assistant says he took extra care cleaning hotel rooms. He said people want a payday. I didn't want his reputation to be compromised. When Combs was at a business lunch, for example, Kaplan said he would be on, but when Combs would stay at hotels, he was generally on call. Quote, you understood that this was his personal time. Defense attorney Mark asked, and Kaplan responded, yes. Okay. CNN notes that under cross examination, former executive assistant George Kaplan, who's testifying right now, was asked about a topic he spoke of yesterday, security. Kaplan testified yesterday that Sean Diddy Combs hired a licensed security group in 2015 that he described as more professional and polished than Combs' former longtime security guards. On cross-examination today, Kaplan confirmed that Combs had outsourced his security to a company. Kaplan said the only security personnel he saw with firearms were the new guards and that he never saw Combs with a gun. All right, we have two more updates from CNN before I come back to the X feed with you all. Uh, Combs's former assistant says he desperately did not want to testify. George Kaplan, who's on the stand right now, former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, said he desperately did not want to come here today, but he was subpoenaed. He confirmed that he doesn't have anything against Combs. And it is very clear on how Mr. Kaplan testified today that he doesn't. I feel like his testimony was very credible. He testified to what he saw. He testified to the things he did for setting up the room, the baby oil, and all of that. He testified to ultimately quitting because what he witnessed also with Diddy and Gina, and there being an altercation there. He feels very credible to me. But more than anything, to me, he was really giving Diddy a lot of praise as far as what his work experience was and how that exposure to that level of I guess work experience and so on kind of is the foundation of everything he's been able to do since. And so he was very complimentary to Diddy in that way. Let me see if we have any other update out here. Okay, so yeah, we do have an update. All right, so we left off with the prosecutor saying you didn't see any injuries, talking about the incident when he talked about the incident with Diddy and Cassie on the plane. Mr. Kaplan said people can be injured without injuries being visible. The tonality and tension with the apples he threw at Gina, it was troubling. Prosecutor, you told Ms. Coram, that's Diddy's, used to be Diddy's chief of staff, about both incidents? He said yes. And I told her I am unwilling to stand behind the behavior that I was quitting. Prosecutor, did KK say she would quit? Mr. Kaplan said no. Prosecutor, how long did she stay after you told her? He said until recently. KK, you're going to have to come to the front of the class, girl. Because you are to Diddy what that lady was, and I need to Google her name because I keep saying that lady. What that lady was to Epstein, who's sitting in prison right now, that's who KK was to Diddy. Okay? So as bothered as he said, and some of his, as bothered as Kaplan said in his earlier part of the testimony this morning, that KK was sad when he told him about some of the things he had been seeing with the physical violence. I think the prosecutor is saying she wasn't that sad. She wasn't that sad. She stuck around for it all. I mean, we already have testimony also from this witness yesterday that she was responsible for running Diddy's life, and she only left recently when all hell broke loose. I think that's a point for the prosecution. And I think that's also a point that could go, once they go further into showing us this criminal organization, that could be a point that could be in that space. We still need to get that prosecution, okay? Okay. All right, let's see if we have another update. Okay, they said next witness. All right, y'all, we are at the point where Kid Cudi is coming to the stand. Why am I feeling tense? Why am I feeling tense about it? Oh my gosh. Okay, so Kid Cudi is called to the stand. Here we go, y'all. Mm-mm-mm. Excuse me while I try to eat breakfast and talk to y'all at the same time. Okay. CNN is saying Kid Cudi's testimony is necessary for prosecutors to help establish broader conspiracy. So Kid Cudi has been called to the stand. The prosecutor says we call Scott Mescudi. That's probably pronounced another way, but I'm still trying to get Cudi in there. Mescudi. Kid Cudi takes the witness stand in a leather jacket, white shirt, and blue jeans. Prosecutor, what did you do for work? And I'm just going to say Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi, I'm an actor and musician known as Kid Cudi. Prosecutor, who is this? Gives him a photo. He says, Cassie. We dated in 2011. Prosecutor, who else was she involved with? Kid Cudi, Sean Combs. Prosecutor, what did you know about their status? Kid Cudi, that she and Sean Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. All right, let me see while we're waiting for the X feed to be updated what CNN may have put out here. Okay, no, they're still talking about the ex assistant who just got off the stand. All right, let's go back to where you all are on the screen with the Kid Cudi testimony. Boy, 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 boy. If he just comes on and says straight out that Diddy blew up my car, because Diddy is charged with arson too. You know that 30 something plus list of charges that Diddy has? Like I said, there's more to it than just the RICO and just so he literally has over 30 charges that he's fighting right now. And arson happens to be one of them. And that's associated with Kid Cudi's car. Okay. We have an update. So we left off with the prosecutor saying, what did you know about their status? Kid Cudi said that she and Sean Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. Prosecutor, in December 2011, did law enforcement respond to your home? Kid Cudi, yes, I had a break-in. Cassie called me at 5:30 or 6 a.m. She said Sean Combs had found out about us. She asked me to pick her up, so I did. Prosecutor, why? Kid Cudi, she was worried. Okay. All right, so we're waiting. We're waiting for the feed to keep updating. Meanwhile, let me check over and see what CNN might be saying. CNN is saying Kid Cudi, who described himself as an actor and musician, when asked, identified Cassie in a photo. He said they were friends and briefly dated. He said they met around 2008 and dated around 2011. When Kid Cudi and Cassie first started dating, he said he understood that she and Sean Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. Okay. Let's go back to the X feed and see if we have an update. And we did. Okay. So we left off with the prosecutor asking Kid Cudi, like, why did he have to go pick Cassie up when she called him, worried about Diddy finding out about them? And Kid Cudi said she was worried. Prosecutor, what was her demeanor? Kid Cudi, very stressed and worried. Prosecutor, where did you go? Kid Cudi said the Sunset Marquee. Prosecutor, why? Kid Cudi said, I thought it was safe and off the radar. Man, so they trying to go in the locations where Diddy can't find them. Diddy, I'm hoping you all cannot hear me smacking while I'm waiting for this feed update. But I am starving. Okay, let's see. All right, we are still waiting. Someone said, I like him already. He's trying to protect her. Someone else commented, poor Cassie. Someone else said, short and sweet Cuddy. I don't know what that means. I don't know if he's short and sweet or if his responses are short and sweet. Uh, somebody did the Superman meme. Somebody said he's acting now. Um, I have no reason. I have no reason not to believe Kid Cudi. So we'll see. I've seen some witnesses so far in this trial where I went in also having no reason to look at them with a raised eyebrow, and then they say something to make me say, "What?" Okay, let's go back and see if we have an update. Okay, we're still at the point where, all right, yeah. So Kid Cudi was supposed they were initially expecting him to testify yesterday. So I don't know what happened with that, why he didn't testify yesterday. But the judge was notified late by the prosecutors that he would not be testifying, and because the judge didn't seem to be too happy about that. So Kid Cudi is one of the witnesses that people have been waiting on. He might be in the top 5 of the people we really want to see. So let's see if we have any other update at this time from inside the courtroom. And yes, we do. Okay, so anyway, Kid Cudi said they went to the Sunset Marquee. Prosecutor said, why? Kid Cudi said, I thought it was safe and off the radar. Prosecutor said, who else did you speak with? Kid Cudi said, Capricorn Clark. She sounded near tears. Prosecutor, what did she say? That Sean Combs in the car near my house. Sean, your crazy ass. I know you sent security a lot of times to do your dirty work like this, so you went yourself. Oh, you trying to be gangster. Okay. Kid Cudi said that Sean Combs in the car near my house. Brian Steele objects. The judge overrules. The judge overrules. This is not hearsay. He's saying this is literally what Capricorn Clark said to him. Diddy is in the car and he over there by your house and he's mad because he just found out that you and Cassie have been messing around or seeing each other or whatever y'all been doing. So I'm glad the judge overruled that objection. Let's see where we go from here. All right, we're waiting for the update. Please like the live. Please feel free to also drop a comment, even if you don't do anything but just say hi, hello, hey girl, hey, something. And if you're not a subscriber already, please consider subscribing to the channel. I would appreciate the support. Your girl is new to streaming like this. So, okay, can I just have a little support? But I appreciate anybody who's stopping by and viewing, and I appreciate it. I'm paying my dues right now in this streaming game, so I appreciate as I'm building any support that you all could give. I appreciate it a lot. All right, so let's see if we have an update. Okay, we were there where the judge overruled. All right, we're still waiting. Well, why people told Brian Steele, that is, who objected. We are trying to follow Brian. Be quiet. Somebody said, oh, shut it, Brian. Judge said, let him cook. The judge said, let him cook. Wouldn't it be funny if a judge literally said, let him cook? But yeah, because the judge overruled that objection. So he's like, we're going to allow Kid Cudi to answer these questions right here. Okay, so let's see if we have an update right now after that. Brian, we are trying to follow. Be quiet. Okay, so we're still waiting. So in short, just a quick recap where we left off. At this point, Kid Cudi has went and picked up Cassie. They went to some location that he thought would be off Diddy's radar because Cassie called him frantic, worried because Diddy found out about them. So at this point, Kid Cudi has gone to pick up Cassie. They went to some location that he thought would be off Diddy's radar. Capricorn Clark, who is one of Diddy's assistants, if I'm not mistaken, she speaks with Kid Cudi, and Kid Cudi says she sounded near tears. And the prosecutor asked Kid Cudi, well, what did Capricorn Clark say? And Capricorn Clark told Kid Cudi that Sean Combs is in the car and he's near your house. He's near your house, Kid Cudi. To which Brian Steele objected to that, and the judge overruled it. So let's see if we have any other update at this point. Okay, yes, we do. Okay, prosecutor said, you called Sean Combs. Kid Cudi said, I did. He said, I'm over here waiting for you. What? Pardon me if I'm smacking in y'all ear, but I'm trying to eat these Chick-fil-A hash browns before they get cold. Talk to y'all. Drink. It's just a lot going on. Okay. So, prosecutor said, did you call Sean Combs? Kid Cudi said, I did. He said, I'm over here waiting for you. Prosecutor, when you arrived, what did the outside look like? Kid Cudi said, pretty normal. Prosecutor, any security camera? Kid Cudi, yes, but I found out they weren't working. Kid Cudi, but the security cameras had been moved. Prosecutor, did you move them? Kid Cudi, no. Prosecutor, what did you see inside your home? Kid Cudi, gifts were open, some stuff I got from Chanel, and my dog was locked up in the bathroom. You mean to tell me? Because what they're suggesting here is that Diddy, and we don't know if Diddy went by himself or not, but he literally did go over to Kid Cudi's house when he found out about Kid Cudi and Cassie. And apparently what is being suggested here is that Kid Cudi's house was broken into. And that the cameras, although they weren't working, the people who broke into the house, I'm sure didn't know that, the security cameras had been moved. And Kid Cudi said if they were not moved by me. So again, when Kid Cudi got inside his house, he saw that gifts were open, some stuff he had got from Chanel, and his dog was locked up in the bathroom. Okay, let's see if we have an update. Yes. Prosecutor said, how did you usually leave your dog? Kid Cudi said, I let him roam. Prosecutor said, how long had you had your dog? Kid Cudi said, 3 years. Prosecutor, what changes were behavior of your dog? What changes, I guess the journalist meant to write, what changes in behavior? Okay, I'm just going to reword this how I think it was meant to be written. Did you see changes in your dog's behavior after the break-in? Kid Cudi said, jittery, on edge all the time. All the time. Okay? All right. So while we're waiting on that update from X, let me jump over to CNN and let y'all know what they're saying over there. Okay, right now they're giving an update about how Diddy discovered their relationship. We already know this part from the X feed. Kid Cudi said he was confused when he said that because he didn't think he was okay. Rapper Kid Cudi said in December 2011 he received a call from Cassie Ventura around 6 a.m. and she told him Combs had found out they were dating. Kid Cudi said he was confused when she said that because he didn't think she was still dating Combs. Quote, she asked me to pick her up. Kid Cudi said she sounded really stressed on the phone, nervous, scared. So I went to go pick her up. Now, Let me check the feed right quick to see if we have an update because I got something to say about that. Hold on. Okay, we do have an update. All right. Um, Prosecutor asked Kid Cudi, "What behavior did you see in your dog after the break-in?" Kid Cudi said the dog was jittery, on edge all the time. Kid Cudi said, "I got back in and called Sean Combs again. I was looking for him. I wanted to fight him, you know." Prosecutor said, "Did he answer?" Kid Cudi said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm on my way." I thought to myself, because Brian still objects. The judge said, "On what grounds?" Still said non-responsive. The judge overruled it. Brian, look, we love you from YSL trial. But bro, I guess you're getting paid though to try that, but Okay, let's see if we have an update. So while we wait, somebody in the comments said, "Brian, shh. No, Brian, stay in your lane." Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. So what I was going to say is when Kid Cudi said he was surprised when he got the call from Diddy because got the call from Cassie because from what he understood, they were no longer together. When Cassie testified, she said that she started seeing Kid Cudi while they were on a break. Okay? While they were on a break. I'm glad nothing happened to Kid Cudi in this situation because this is also giving me that energy of you're about to get this man killed, getting him even like kind of mixed up in your FS with this ninja. Okay? Because what Cassie also testified to is that while she was dealing with Kid Cudi, she was still doing the freak offs with Diddy. So what kind of break we talking about? Y'all might have said what kind of break we're talking about. I don't know. This is Diddy's and Cassie's world, so who understands the rules of engagement? All I know is Cassie testified that while she and Diddy were on a break, she started seeing Kid Cudi. Cassie testified that while she was seeing Kid Cudi, she was still participating in freak offs with Diddy. This is her testimony. So when I now read or see that Kid Cudi is testifying that he was surprised that Diddy was so upset about him seeing Cassie because to his understanding, they weren't together anymore. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just happy that nothing happened to Kid Cudi because yeah, that was messy. That was messy. So let's see if we have an update. Updates are coming in somewhat fast today, so let's see. Uh okay, here we go. So again, we left off with Kid Cudi saying, "Yeah," he said, "I'm on my way." I thought to myself, uh, and then Brian still objected for the defense. The judge said, "On what grounds?" Brian still said, "Non-responsive." The judge overruled. The judge said, "Ask a new question." Prosecutor, when you saw Cassie, how did she seem? Kid Cudi, depressed. Prosecutor, did you see Cassie in Connecticut? Yes, she needed it. Did Mr. Combs call you? Yes, he hit me a few times. Hit, called me. This is the second time that somebody, I mean, I understand they got to get it right for the legal transcript and all of that. But this is the second time that somebody's had to express what hit them up or hit me up meant to the lawyers. Kind of funny. Okay. So anyway, Kid Cudi said, yes, he hit me up a few times. And the prosecutor said, hit, and Kid Cudi said, call me. Prosecutor said, what did you say? Kid Cudi said that I didn't want to talk with him. He broke into my house, hurt my dog. Prosecutor, did you and Miss Ventura break up? Kid Cudi said, yes. Prosecutor, what about your car? My dog's babysitter called me and told me my car was on fire. My dog's babysitter called me and told me my car was on fire. Prosecutor, where were you? Kid Cudi, at a relative of my ex-girlfriend. Prosecutor, where did you go? To my house, 8925 Hollywood Hills Road. Prosecutor, let me show you 6 pictures. Do you recognize? Kid Cudi said, yes, my Porsche. Okay, while we're waiting on the X feed, let's see what CNN is talking about on this. And CNN's feed is definitely behind what the journalist is posting on the X feed. Let's see. Kid Cudi testified that after he picked up Cassie Ventura in December 2011, they went to a nearby hotel and spoke on the phone with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean Diddy Combs' employees. Clark seemed very scared, sounded like she was on the verge of tears, Kid Cudi said. Clark told the two that Combs had an associate. Oh, I told you I didn't think he was by himself. Clark told the two that Combs and an associate were inside Kid Cudi's house. And you know Capricorn Clark is supposed to testify. Okay. I'm just like, okay, I'm starting to see, like, okay, I feel like I'm starting to see some criminal organization stuff. Okay. Clark told the two that Combs and an associate were inside Kid Cudi's house, and she was in a car outside waiting for them, Kid Cudi testified. She was forced to go along with them over there. On the way back to his house from the hotel, Kid Cudi said he called Combs. When Kid Cudi asked Combs if he was in his house, Combs said, I just want to talk to you. Kid Cudi said, I'm on my way. I'll be right down. I quote, I'm over here waiting for you, Combs replied, according to Kid Cudi. Wow. 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 Okay, let me go back to the X feed where you all are to see if we have an update. And if not, I'll go back to what CNN is saying. Okay, so we left off with the prosecutor saying, let me show you 6 pictures. Do you recognize? Kid Cudi said, my Porsche. Kid Cudi said, that's the damage to my Porsche from the Molotov cocktail. Prosecutor said, who took these photos? Kid Cudi said, Chip, a good friend and collaborator. Prosecutor, what's depicted here? Kid Cudi, the hole they cut in the roof of my car to put in the Molotov cocktail. Diddy, you going to prison. The only thing that might be a question at this point is for how long? But you're going to prison. Okay, let's see if we have another update. All right, let me check CNN right quick and let y'all know what they're saying over there. Kid Cudi continued to describe his return to his home in December 2011 after meeting Cassie at a hotel, and after Ventura told him Sean Diddy Combs found out Kid Cudi and Ventura had been dating. The outside of his house seemed pretty normal, but he later realized that his security cameras had been moved. Kid Cudi testified. He had not moved them, he said. Inside the house, some gifts he had bought for his family were open and on the kitchen counter, he said. His dog was locked in a bathroom, but he had not shut the dog in there before he left, Kid Cudi testified. Wow. Rapper Kid Cudi testified he spent the holidays with Cassie Ventura at her family's home in Connecticut. Combs texted him a couple of times while he was there, Kid Cudi said. I guess he was in the dark about things and wanted to talk, but at that point, post break-in, I didn't want to talk, Kid Cudi testified. You broke into my house. You messed with my dog. I don't want to talk to you, he said. Kid Cudi said that after he returned to his home, he called Sean Diddy Combs again, asking where he was. Combs said he was on his way, Kid Cudi testified. I wanted to confront him, quote, I wanted to fight him, Kid Cudi said. Kid Cudi said he then decided to call the police. He recalled thinking at the time, I don't know who he has with him. I don't know what his intentions are. Kid Cudi said he filed a police report that day about the apparent break-in. I wondered, did he say in that police report who he thought did the break-in? Okay. And I'll be back over at the X feed with y'all after I read this last update from CNN. Jury sees photos of Kid Cudi's car after it was damaged in a 2012 fire. One morning in January 2012, Kid Cudi said his dog watcher called him from his home to tell him that his car was on fire. He said he was at his ex-girlfriend's sister's house at the time, about 45 minutes away. His friend sent him photos of his damaged car in the driveway before he got there. He said the jury is now reviewing the photos. On the witness stand, Kid Cudi described the photo as the damage of the Molotov cocktail in my Porsche. Quote, it looks like the top of my Porsche was cut open, and that's where the Molotov cocktail was put in. Wow. Yep. Diddy, this is not a good day for you. This is a real good moment for the prosecution. A real good moment for the prosecution. Okay, let's see if we have an update. The prosecutor said, what was your reaction to your car being set on fire? Kid Cudi, what the fuck? Objection. I don't even know why the defense would object to that. The judge overruled the objection. I mean, can this man not say what the fuck to his car being set on fire? So, yeah. So right now, let's see what time it is on the East Coast. It is 11:14. And the judge said break. So they're taking a break right now. Wow. What do you all think about Kid Cudi's testimony so far? What do you all think about it? I think it is everything and more. This is Diddy broke into this man's house, allegedly. And the person who was forced to drive him and someone else, probably one of those damn security guards, over to the house was Capricorn Clark, who also worked for Diddy. Capricorn Clark, while sitting outside of Kid Cudi's house while Diddy and whoever went with him was in his house, broke into his house, calls Kid Cudi to let him know what's up, what's happening in that moment. Capricorn Clark will be testifying. Let me tell you, this testimony today is the first time that I've felt, watching everything that's happening during this trial, that I felt like, okay, the prosecution is now cooking in alignment with the charges that are actually put upon Diddy. First 8 days, the overwhelming majority of the first 8 days was about domestic violence. There were some things peppered in there that I could see connecting to coercion. I could see that. I could see some of that was in there. The extortion situation with Cassie's parents, and the fact that when that elevator scene took place, which yes, that was domestic violence, but we can't forget a freak off was actually happening at the time. So a point could be made that she was trying to also leave a freak off when he did that and was dragging her back. So I could see, little sprinkles, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to still make it this water very like unclear. And you're trying to convince 12 people on this jury of that this man is guilty. That's what you're trying to do. And it was just no. So today is the first moment where I feel like, okay, now we're working with something. So let's see, CNN. Let's see if CNN has any other update other than them going on break. Okay. CNN posted that Kid Cudi said his Porsche could not be salvaged after the damage following the fire. He said law enforcement found a Molotov cocktail in the driver's seat. But once he arrived at his home, it was kind of just burnt up on the ground near the vehicle. When asked his reaction to the incident, Kid Cudi deadpan responded, "What the fuck?" Y'all, this is Diddy's going to prison. If you're on this live right now, could you please let me know in the comments, how are you feeling about Kid Cudi's testimony? How are you feeling about it? Do you feel like Kid Cudi has done more with his testimony than anything else has done in this trial to say, yeah, you're going down, Diddy? Not just, I mean, outside of the video, of course, with Cassie, but like, yeah, you're going down. This man broke into Kid Cudi's house. Okay. The court is on a short break right now. Let's see. Sometimes on Inner City Press, they'll let us know what the judge and the lawyer might be talking about while there's a break. So let's see if we have anything. That's a snapshot for you right there. What was your reaction to your car being set on fire? What the fuck? Objection, judge overruled. What are you objecting to? What could you possibly be objecting to? This is I can't wait to see the cross. Somebody said, phew, oh thank God. Somebody else in the comments said, why break when he's on a roll and speaking Diddy's nasty, dirty crimes? Speaking of Diddy's nasty, dirty crimes, Diddy disconnected the cameras and broke in the man's house. Nasty work. Yes. Someone else commented, listen here, Judge, we all got a life to live. Keep it moving. Respectfully. Someone else said, I'm wired. F that break. Let's get to it. Eat a snack and stretch your legs and get back, jurors. Tell the judge you good and you ready to start from break early. Get out the chat, okay? Okay? Because if I could try to keep this live going without a co-host and somehow eat my hash browns from Chick-fil-A that are now cold and not take a break, they need to keep going. They need to keep going. We don't need a break. We rolling. We want to keep rolling. We want to keep rolling. Okay? Someone says, of course, one of Diddy's minions did the dirty work. Honey, Diddy did the work with his minion. Diddy, according to what Kid Cudi was told by Capricorn Clark, who was forced to drive Diddy and someone else over to this house, Diddy was in the house too. Diddy was in the house too. Okay. Somebody else said today is way better than yesterday. Amen, sis. Amen. Today is way better than yesterday. For sure. For sure. It's not even close. The Kid Cudi said, I was looking for him. I wanted to fight him. Don't you know? Let me tell y'all. Thank God I've never had anywhere I've stayed to be broken into. But I have had my car broken into while it was literally in my driveway where I was living at the time. And when I tell you the sense of violation you feel, just to know that somebody was in your car, the glove compartment was open, certain things had been moved around or taken out of the back seat, it is a violation. So I cannot even imagine what that's probably 10 times the feeling if somebody breaks into your house, moves your stuff around, opening up gifts and stuff you bought for family so you could clearly tell somebody was in your house. And not to mention, you locked my dog up. Now, if any of y'all are dog owners, and I am one, you know that dog had to be going batshit crazy when these people he did not know came into their house. You know, I have a little dog. I have a little Yorkie. And that dog, when even family members come to this house that he's not seen in a while, that dog acts as if it's some Rottweiler. So you know that dog had to be going crazy to see two men it did not know enter the house. And so they took the dog and put the dog in the bathroom. The man said, Kid Cudi said his dog has been jittery or had been. I'm assuming this dog is probably not alive now, but the dog was jittery ever since that happened. The dog would just remain jittery. So, however, they put that dog into, first of all, the dog know you don't belong here. That's the first thing. Then, however you maneuvered to put the dog in the bathroom, probably wasn't gentle. Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy. And you use a Molotov cocktail like a terrorist because you are a terrorist. You used a Molotov cocktail to set this man's car on fire. And I don't know. I know the relationship, of course, ended with Cassie. I don't know if he and I'm assuming Kid Cudi ended that mess. Because I don't even know, quote unquote, what kind of relationship that was. I guess here's a picture of Kid Cudi, y'all, before he went into court. Okay. So I don't even know when he thought that you and Diddy not together anymore. So we together. And I wonder, he probably doesn't, maybe he doesn't care anymore because it's so many years now since all of this happened. But I wonder what Kid Cudi thought when he heard the testimony during this trial from Cassie, that while she was even dealing with him, she was still having freak offs with Diddy. I think if it was nothing serious, which it probably wasn't, because he's in the music business, she's in the music business, so I'm assuming it was probably nothing serious. But these people, if they don't have some kind of serious STD right now, it's a miracle. Because, honey, that's a lot of dipping everywhere. Everybody's mixing up. It's a lot. But Kid Cudi, I think he's doing a good job. I think he's doing an amazing job on the stand right now. And let me check and see if we have any. Okay, so the jury has been on break now for 7 minutes. I'm assuming this is going to be probably like a 10-minute break because they've been on break now for 7 minutes. Well, now 8 minutes. Come on, because I'm ready to get back to this testimony with Kid Cudi. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. But I just can't. When he said that Capricorn Clark, when Kid Cudi said that Capricorn Clark called him to let him know what was going on at his house, and Capricorn Clark is going to testify, y'all. Diddy's going to jail. Well, he's already in jail. Diddy's going to prison. Diddy is most definitely going to prison. It is just a matter of how long. Okay? It's just a matter of how long. I mean, when they said Kid Cudi continued to describe his return to his home in December 2011 after meeting Cassie at the hotel, after Cassie told him Diddy found out Kid Cudi and Cassie had been dating. Kid Cudi said the outside of his house seemed pretty normal, but he later realized that the security cameras had been moved and he didn't move them. And when he went inside the house, some gifts he had bought for his family were open and on the kitchen counter. His dog was locked in the bathroom, but he had not shut the dog in there before he left. He said he would just let his dog just, roam around. Kid Cudi testified that after he had picked up Cassie when she had called all worried about Diddy finding out about that, he said they went to a nearby hotel and spoke on the phone with Capricorn Clark, one of Diddy's employees. He said Capricorn Clark seemed very scared, sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Clark told the two that Combs and an associate were inside Kid Cudi's house. And Capricorn Clark was in a car outside waiting for them. Kid Cudi said Capricorn Clark was forced to go along with them over there. And it's good she called Kid Cudi and told him that, because that'll probably save her. I'm sure she's fine. I'm sure she's already cut a deal. She's going to testify and back up everything Kid Cudi is saying. That is wild. So let's see. We have an update on the CNN side, but they're not back on the witness stand yet. Let's see. The judge asked prosecutor if they're still on track for the day. Comey and said George Kaplan's cross-examination took 3 times as long as prosecutors anticipated, but said she still thinks they'll get through the witnesses they expected to call today by the end of the day. Okay. The short break is ending. Kid Cudi is back in the witness box. The jury is entering the room. So let's see if we have any update on the X feed with what's happening right now. Okay, the jurors are back. All right. We just got to that part. Okay. The jury is entering. Prosecutor is picking back up on the questioning of Kid Cudi. Was the damage on your car present before the call from the dog sitter? Kid Cudi says no. Prosecutor: Did you think it was accidental or intentional? Intentional. Where did you last see Miss Ventura? Kid Cudi said, at the Soho house. I reached out to Sean Combs and said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand. Brian Steele said, can we have a sidebar? The judge said, do you have an objection? Steele said, yes. Judge said, sustain, disregard, and move on. Okay, so we don't know for sure what happened on that sidebar. But anyway, prosecutor said, who set up the meeting at the Soho house? Kid Cudi said, D-Rock and my manager. See, here we go. D-Rock. D-Rock, this is security for Diddy. He's been mentioned. His name may have been mentioned the most out of people who's been mentioned during the testimony from different people. D-Rock. Okay, so D-Rock and his manager. And Cassie testified about this meeting, so it'll be interesting to see how Kid Cudi's remembrance of this meeting lines up with what she said. Okay, so the prosecutor said, what was Mr. Combs doing? Kid Cudi standing there like a Marvel supervillain. Oh, that tickled me. The prosecutor asked, what was Mr. Combs doing at this meeting? Kid Cudi says, standing there like a Marvel supervillain. And then the journalist says there's some laughter. Kid Cudi, he said, we were homies. You know that is my girl. Prosecutor said, what did you say? I thought you had broken up. Then Sean Combs offered me water twice. I hope you ain't drink that water. I hope you didn't drink that water, Kid Cudi. Okay. So we're waiting for the next update. Somebody said, good on him for not drinking it. Probably would have been in a FO for real. Someone said he's smart for not drinking the water. Diddy definitely was trying to poison him. I believe that. I believe that. Because I'll be sure is out here saying that Diddy did something to him and that's why he got into that coma. So is this a far-fetched idea? That Diddy was trying to get Diddy was trying to get Kid Cudi to drink this water because he has something in it? I don't think that's a far-fetched idea at all. All right, let's go back and see if we have an update. Kid Cudi said, it was weird, Sean Combs being so calm. Prosecutor, what did Cassie say? That we have fallen in love. Things happen, Cassie. Come on, Cassie. Let me tell you something. I'm going to say this for the millionth time. Cassie Ventura was indeed a victim of domestic violence. There is no debate, in my opinion, about that. So let's just get that out of the way. Cassie is problematic. Because for her to be talking about we fell in love and things happen, you were still having freak offs with Diddy while you were with Kid Cudi. When you got with Diddy, you were in a relationship with Ryan Leslie when you were messing around with Diddy before you left Ryan Leslie for Diddy, which I'm sure Cassie thought at the time was an upgrade. It was an upgrade. The money, the fame, the access, the red carpets she would be on now. Well, whenever she kind of finally moved up a little bit up the roster, because for a while, again, she was messing with Diddy while she was with Ryan Leslie, and Diddy was also being the scummy person he still is, and he was with Kim publicly. Kim was the one he was with publicly. Okay. So Kid Cudi said it was weird Sean Combs being so calm. Prosecutor said, what did Cassie say? Kid Cudi said that we have fallen in love, things happen. Prosecutor, what did you say to Mr. Combs? What about my car? Is what Kid Cudi said. He said. Prosecutor asked Kid Cudi, what did you say to Mr. Combs? Kid Cudi, what about my car? He said, I don't know what you were talking about. I walked away. Prosecutor said or asked, did you see Combs later? Kid Cudi said a few years later, also at Soho House. He said, I'm just sorry for all the bullshit. I was surprised. I found peace with it. Prosecutor, no further questions at this time. And now Brian Steele is going to cross Kid Cudi. Okay. Let's see. I was just checking to see if CNN was saying anything, but no. Okay. Now Brian Steele is getting ready to cross Kid Cudi, so let's see what this is going to look like. Brian Steele, I want to ask you some questions about your Porsche in 2022. Kid Cudi said 2012. Brian Steele said, I apologize. You get a call about damage to your vehicle. Any surveillance photos? Kid Cudi, no. My dog's babysitter did send me pictures of the damage. Brian Steele, the DNA taken, are you aware it came back being a female? Objection. The prosecution objects. No foundation. The judge sustains the objection. Brian Steele, do you know there were DNA results? The judge said, I'll allow that. Kid Cudi said no. Okay. So we're still waiting at this point for an update on the X feed. Now, if it is true that, and I'm not really sure how they could tell, I would need to know more. DNA results from where? I'm sure that there were people who had gotten in this car with Kid Cudi, ridden in this car. I'm sure women, of course, had probably been passengers in the car. So I'm not sure where he's going with that. There was women DNA with the car. I mean, what does that mean? And how is that gonna? I'm just not understanding what that is supposed to mean. And if you're suggesting that Diddy didn't blow up Kid Cudi's car because there was female DNA on the car, how you know how many people get in and out of a car? And I still want to know who was it that went with Diddy when they broke into Kid Cudi's house, because Capricorn Clark was the one that let Kid Cudi know, hey, they're in your house. And I had to bring them over here. He forced me to bring them over here. So we have witnesses to that. So I just think, I don't know. Let's see where Brian Steele is trying to go with this question. So let's see if we have an update. Okay. So we left off with Brian Steele saying, do you know there were DNA results? Judge said, I'll allow that. Kid Cudi said no. Brian Steele, Miss Ventura told you it was over? Kid Cudi said, we just stopped talking. Brian Steele, you told this honorable court and this jury that she played you. Kid Cudi said, yes. Brian Steele, she played you and you had no clue. Kid Cudi said, no clue. See what I'm saying? I told y'all Cassie is problematic in this situation that we're talking about right now. Kid Cudi thought they had started seeing each other, whatever that meant. Kid Cudi has testified that he was under the impression that she and Diddy were no longer together. Kid Cudi has testified to that. Kid Cudi apparently has told a jury today that Cassie played him. Brian Steele says to Kid Cudi, you told this honorable court and this jury that she played you. And Kid Cudi said yes. And keep in mind, Cassie testified that when she was dealing with Kid Cudi, when Kid Cudi thought they were like seeing each other and she was no longer with Diddy, that they were like, I guess, starting a relationship, Cassie testified that she was still having freak-offs with Diddy while she was dealing with Kid Cudi. So if Kid Cudi felt played, and he probably felt played without even having that information, I'm assuming he's saying he felt played because he thought they weren't together anymore, because that's what she told him. Because she testified when she started dealing with Kid Cudi that they were on a break. Do you see why I'm saying for this particular scenario, Cassie is problematic. And Cassie could have gotten this man killed. They breaking into his house. They setting his car on fire. All because of this crazy ass relationship you and Diddy got going on, all this stuff y'all into. You could have really gotten this man killed. And he's dealing with you because you're telling him that you and this man is no longer together all the time. You know you still having freak-offs with this man. All the time, even after all of this that Kid Cudi is describing right now. What is this? 2011, 2012, whatever this happened. They still stay together. How many more years? I'm with Kid Cudi on this. I'm with him all day. So again, Brian Steele said, you told this honorable court in this jury that she played you, she being Cassie. Kid Cudi said yes. Brian Steele said, she played you and you had no clue. Kid Cudi said, no clue. Talk, Kid Cudi. Brian Steele asking these kind of questions where some men with a lot of macho and ego might not want to answer the question for real, for real. But I'm glad Kid Cudi is answering it for real. Okay? Let's see if we have any other update before I hop over and see what they're saying on CNN. This is just Kid Cudi. I wish he would walk out that courtroom, look at Diddy and say, how you like me now? Okay? How you like me now? Okay, so we're still at the part where Kid Cudi said he had no clue he was being played by Cassie. Okay, let me go back to the live updates on CNN right quick and let us know if something's going on there. Okay, they said Kid Cudi is now testifying about the meeting he set up with Sean Diddy Combs after his car was damaged. He said when he first walked into the meeting, he was alone with Combs. Sean Combs, this is a quote from Kid Cudi, Sean Combs was standing there staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. That still tickles me. Oh my God, Kid Cudi said. He said they went on to discuss Kid Cudi's relationship with Cassie Ventura. We discussed pretty much the whole story about how me and Cassie first started to date, to what it was, to how it ended, he testified. Kid Cudi said he told Combs that he had taken Ventura's word when she told him that she and Combs were over. Don't tell me Cassie ain't problematic in this particular situation we're talking about right now. And I have to keep saying for the record, is Cassie a victim of domestic violence? Yes. Okay. Yes, she's a victim of domestic violence. In this scenario, in this situation we're talking about right now with Kid Cudi, is Cassie problematic as fuck? Yes. She could have gotten this man killed. Yes. Is Diddy in this situation that Kid Cudi is describing right now batshit crazy? Yes. And that's why Diddy and Cassie need to leave other people out of their shit. Okay? See, we got another update on the CNN side, and then I'll hop back over to X where you all are. On cross-examination, Kid Cudi confirmed that DNA was collected from his vehicle after it was damaged in a 2011 fire. Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Kid Cudi if he was aware that the DNA results that came back were from a woman. Kid Cudi said he didn't hear any follow-up from authorities about the results. Okay, that don't mean nothing to me. That women get in and out of cars and all that. That don't mean anything to me. As far as I know, Diddy could have had a woman go and do this thing. So that doesn't mean anything to me. Okay. Let's see if we have an update here. Okay, we left off with Kid Cudi saying that he had no clue that he was being played by Cassie. Yeah. Yeah. He had no clue. He told Diddy, look, man, when she told me y'all weren't together anymore, I took her at her word. I would be willing to bet you that Kid Cudi did not know until this trial that in addition to that being like how he felt he was being played, that while he was dealing with her, she was still having freak offs with Diddy. So these people that broke into your house, Diddy that broke into your house, he that took somebody over there, they done broke into your house. Capricorn Clark is going to testify to that. She the one to let Kid Cudi know, hey, they forced me to drive them over here to your house. They in your house right now. Locking that man dog up in the bathroom. The dog jittery now. Ain't been right since, according to Kid Cudi. And meanwhile, Cassie's all afraid and, oh my God, and she was so nervous, and Kid Cudi rushes out in the morning to go get her. When she says, Diddy finds out about us, he goes to get her, and they go to some place that they think is off Diddy's radar. And Kid Cudi said he was a bit confused because, you know, why would Diddy be so upset? I mean, y'all not together anymore. Right? Set the man car on fire with a Molotov cocktail? They on that terrorist shit? I mean, come on. Come on. Let's see if we got an update from inside the courthouse at this point. All right. So, yes, we do. A couple of updates. Good. So, Brian Steele says she played you and you had no clue. Kid Cudi said no clue. Brian Steele said, in 2011, did you go on a tour? Kid Cudi said, yes. 65 locations, Brian Steele asked. Kid Cudi, yeah. At that time, Sean Combs as an icon, At that time, Sean Combs was an icon. Fair to say? Brian Steele asked Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi said, yeah. Brian Steele, you and Miss Ventura had a sexual relationship. The prosecution objects, and there we have a sidebar. After the sidebar, Kid Cudi said, Mr. Steele, cannot judge said, no, you can do that on redirect. Okay. I don't know where Kid Cudi was going with that. Okay, Steele, for the defense. Do you want to tell me something? Oh, Lord. Okay, so Kid Cudi is not just responding to what they're asking. He got something to say. So what do you got to say? Kid Cudi says, Sean Combs asked about me doing a song with Miss Ventura in 2010. Okay. Brian Steele said, thank you. Not sure I'm understanding the relevance there. Maybe CNN expands upon that a little bit more. Okay. Let's see what's happening on the CNN side while we wait for X to update his thread. Kid Cudi just stopped talking with Ventura after the relationship ended. The musician testified on cross-examination. Kid Cudi testified that when his relationship with Cassie Ventura ended, they just stopped talking after being in contact almost every day for about a year. She played you, right? Defense attorney Brian Steele asked. Kid Cudi responded, yes. On cross-examination, this is what is on the CNN update site. On cross-examination, Kid Cudi testified that when his relationship with Cassie Ventura ended, they, quote unquote, just stopped talking. After being in contact almost every day for about a year. Now, y'all know, if you are talking to somebody who you're seeing dating, and you are literally talking to that person almost every day for a year, for almost a year, then you definitely feel like we're seeing each other and we're really trying to like see each other. This is not no casual, like, somebody I'm trying to holler at or somebody I hook up with every now and then. This is somebody you're really probably trying to get with. Y'all talking almost every day for a year? For a year. So Brian Steele says, she played you right. Kid Cudi responded, yes. I like the honesty of Kid Cudi to that question. I love the honesty. No bravado, no ego, no, none of this machismo where I got to be like, no, man, I would. No. I love that Kid Cudi said, she played me. Because she did. And she could have gotten this man, let me say it again, killed. Okay? So let's see if we have any other update on X at this point. All right. I don't know if, I'm sure the prosecution might redirect with Kid Cudi. I would be surprised if that is going to be the end of the questions. But we're still waiting for an update on the X feed. Meanwhile, let's take a look at some of the comments being posted here on X. Somebody said, Lloyd Up said, so Diddy set them up to do a song collab in 2010, and it blossomed into another kind of collab in 2011. More proof that Diddy was making efforts to advance her career. Because let me tell you, the list of entertainers whose name has come up since this trial has been going on, I have the whole list, right? There were several people who were mentioned by Diddy's defense when they were crossing Cassie, who they were like challenging that very point where she was saying, I didn't have a career because of Diddy. It's basically what she said. I didn't have a career because of him. He signed me to a 10 album deal. I only released one album. Don Richard even testified that he was in control of her career, and he said things would happen when he wanted them to happen. Well, when Cassie was on the stand and she was talking about her music career that never happened, not really, the defense started rattling off names to her, and they were like, "Did Diddy put you in the studio with Nicki Minaj?" She said, "Yes." Did he put you in the studio with Lil Wayne? She said, yes. Did he put you in the studio with Rick Ross, Pusha T? Yes, yes. And the defense, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I'm going to do a separate video on this. The defense then basically said, you just really weren't that great, right? Now, they didn't use those words. They were more like, they more so said something to her like she doubted her ability, her talent. But they were emphasizing that you had access to people you would have never had access to for your music career, from a music career perspective, if you were not connected to Diddy. Diddy gave you access to a couple of icons in that list I just rattled off. Diddy gave you access to Nicki Minaj and Lil Wayne when they were probably at their hottest. You did some music with them, but it just never blew you up. So how's that Diddy's fault? Is what the defense was getting at. So I think that's a good point that this guy calls out here in this comment. that again, here you are with, Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi had his moment in the sun too with his career. So did he hinder your career all the way, or were you just not that talented? I actually think it's a mixed bag here with that, right? I think it's kind of nuanced. When Cassie was testifying, she talked about some poor performance she had on 106 at Park. So I went and Googled it because I could not remember any Cassie music because I just no. So I went back and I Googled it. I said, let me see for myself. I said, oh Lord. Girl, you weren't never gonna be no Beyonce now. But could you have maybe gotten off a couple of hits that you could still be maybe doing right now, doing some kind of nostalgia type tour? Perhaps you're a beautiful girl, and they could put enough stuff on the music you're trying to do to make you sound decent, with the computers and everything like that. So yeah, you could. I definitely think you could have managed that. You know, beauty gets you a long way in that business. But far as talent, when I went back and researched and looked at her performance on 106 at Park, I said, mm-mm. Just talking about the talent now. Mm-mm. So she was definitely using her beauty as currency to get herself in places to expedite her career. She's not the only one who does that. A lot of people use pretty privilege. A lot of people use pretty privilege. But let's just call a thing a thing. Now, I always have to say, because there's always somebody in the back who's confused and don't understand. I am by no means saying any of that makes it okay that she was a victim of domestic violence. She's a victim of domestic violence in spite of all of this stuff, even in spite of the shit she did with Kid Cudi, because she could have gotten that man killed. I'm gonna put that box over there. She's guilty. She's a victim of domestic violence, period. But we're gonna call a thing now. This is a nuanced conversation. Okay. Multiple things can be true. All right, let's see if we have any other update. All right, so here we go. All right, the defense is still asking questions. I thought maybe Brian Steele was wrapping up. So Brian Steele says, you believe they left your front door unlocked? Kid Cudi said, yes. Brian Steele said there was no forced entry. Kid Cudi said no. Brian Steele, just presence opened, door, dog in the bathroom. Brian Steele said, I'm not belittling what happened. I'm just asking. You called Sean Combs? Kid Cudi said, yeah. Brian Steele said, was he calm? Kid Cudi said, yes. Brian Steele said, you wanted to see him. You didn't think he would have a gun? Kid Cudi said, I couldn't call it. Brian Steele, you are a strong person. Is that how you categorize yourself? Kid Cudi said, yeah, but this crossed the line. Brian Steele said, Miss Ventura told you she was abused. Kid Cudi said, yes. Okay. We're waiting. Let me hop over to CNN and let y'all know what they're saying over there. Because I think they're going to add a little bit more context to what I just read. Okay. Here we go. Kid Cudi described Sean Diddy Combs' calm demeanor during the meeting as off-putting. So while Brian Steele is trying to say, was Diddy calm? Kid Cudi like, yeah, he was calm, but I found that shit to be strange. Okay. So according to CNN's update, Kid Cudi described Sean Diddy Combs' calm demeanor during the meeting as off-putting. He said, I was upset to find that she had kind of went back to him. When Cassie Ventura arrived at the meeting, she explained, we fell in love and things just happened, he said. When Kid Cudi asked Combs about his car, he responded, I don't know what you're talking about. Kid Cudi pulled his hand out of a handshake and Combs asked him what was wrong. He said, "Wait, I thought we were cool," Kid Cudi recalled. He confirmed with Combs that, quote unquote, his word was that he didn't have anything to do with the damage to Kid Cudi's Porsche. Kid Cudi and Combs ran into each other again at the Soho House in 2015. Combs, who was there with his daughter, pulled Kid Cudi aside and apologized. Quote, "Man, I just wanted to apologize for everything and all that bullshit," Kid Cudi recalled Combs saying. Kid Cudi testified that he, quote, "found peace with the situation with Combs after that." Kid Cudi said, "That was the last thing I was expecting to get from him." Okay. So there's a little bit more context around what happened during that time with Sean and the car and all the other things and Cassie. During cross-examination, Kid Cudi said, "We wanted to clarify that he believes Sean Diddy." Let's see. During cross-examination, Kid Cudi said, "We wanted to clarify that he believes Sean Diddy Combs asked him to do a song with Cassie Ventura in 2010 rather than 2011. The first time Ventura spoke to him about her relationship with Combs was around Thanksgiving of 2010," Kid Cudi testified. "That's when she was telling me she was having problems," he said. Kid Cudi testifying about the 2011 incident in which he said Diddy told him that he was inside his house, confirmed that there was no damage to his home after the apparent break-in. He said Combs did not threaten him when they spoke that day. Well, it's a threat that you broke into my house. Okay. Kid Cudi confirmed that Cassie had told him there was physical abuse in her relationship with Diddy, but she had not told him about any sexual abuse. He said Combs never interrupted the time he spent with her. He said Combs never interrupted the time he spent with her. That's weird. Let me see what is happening on the X feed that we're all following. Uh, let's see if we have an update. Maybe there's some more there that will make some of that I just read make a little more sense. Okay. All right. So we've read this part. Ms. Ventura told you she was abused. He said yes. Let's see if we have an update. Okay. Brian Steele said, but she never said she was sexually abused. True. Kid Cudi said she did not. Brian Steele said, "You loved her? Tell me if I'm wrong." Kid Cudi said he did. Kid Cudi said that he loved her. Brian Steele said, "You got played by the same person who played Mr. Combs." Whoa. Whoa. Would that be considered one of those situations that would apply to somebody saying the quiet part out loud? There's so much nuance here. So again, Brian Steele said, "You loved her. Tell me if I'm wrong." Kid Cudi said, "I did." Brian Steele said, "You got played by the same person who played Mr. Combs, Cassie Ventura." I know the prosecutor or the prosecution has to object. I know they are going to object. Uh, Brian Steele said, "In the 13 years since, have you ever been notified in California that there has been any more action on this car fire?" Kid Cudi said, "No." "Did Miss Ventura have multiple phones?" Kid Cudi said, "I don't remember." So still, I think it's showing him some exhibit, maybe. Kid Cudi said, "If I said it, I said it." So I guess he's showing him some exhibit of some, I don't know, prior comment from Kid Cudi, but Kid Cudi is saying, "If I said it, I said it." So we'll see once we get back to the CNN update if there's some more context. Brian Steele said, "Do you know what a burner phone is?" Oh yeah, because Cassie testified that she used a burner phone to talk with Kid Cudi. She sure did say that. I don't know if Kid Cudi though would have known at the time it was a burner phone. I don't know. But anyway, Brian Steele said, Do you know what a burner phone is? Kid Cudi said, untraceable. Brian Steele said, the trespass, you call it a break in. Miss Ventura told you she'd given your home address to Mr. Combs? And he said, yes, in the morning. What? Well, I'm sure she did it out of fear. I'm sure of that. I'm sure Diddy probably had to put his hands on her that day to make her give the address. But man, okay, he said yes in the morning. Brian Steele said, no more questions, thanks. And Kid Cudi said, no problem. Wow. Wow. So again, Brian Steele for the defense says, do you know what a burner phone is? Kid Cudi says, untraceable. The defense said, the trespass, you call it a break-in. Miss Ventura told you she'd given your home address to Mr. Combs. He said yes that morning. Brian Steele said, no more questions, thanks. And Kid Cudi said, no problem. All right. I'm sure if the prosecution doesn't have any redirect questions, I would be surprised. I would think they're going to have some questions. Somebody commented here, yikes. Somebody else comment, what if the DNA is Cassie's or Gina's? That would be a trip. That would be a trip. Who if the DNA is supposedly some DNA that could not have gotten there any other way. I'm just trying to, they got to give us some more information on that. People get in and out the car all the time, and I'm sure the Kid Cudi had women in and out of his Porsche. So I don't know, but if they somehow know that DNA, what was it on the Molotov cocktail? I'm just confused. But if that DNA turned out to be connected to anybody associated with Diddy, including Cassie, then that still is a gotcha on Diddy, right? Somebody else said they work together. Somebody else said she can give the address. That doesn't mean a MF can come in uninvited. Yeah, of course. Somebody else said, damn. Somebody said trying to say Cassie set him up. In today's time, if you look at what's happening with some of these young hip hop people that a lot of us never heard of until they're unalived, it's stories kind of sound like this sometimes, where in some of the instances they felt like that person was lined up by a woman they were dealing with. So some of this kind of sounds like it's that kind of stuff, giving the address and all of that. Somebody says, so she did let him in. That's not a break-in. They didn't say that. Somebody else said, damn, Cassie. Somebody said, ooh, if they are trying to frame the car fire on her, what if they are trying to frame the car fire on her? Don't know. Lots of thoughts there. Okay, let's see if we have any update at this point. Redirect. Oh, yeah. The prosecution had some questions. I knew they would. Okay, the judge on redirect. Prosecution. What did Miss Ventura confide in you about abuse? Kid Cudi, that he would hit her, sometimes kick her. Prosecutor. The day of the break-in, was she carefree? Kid Cudi said no. What did Capricorn Clark tell you? Sean Combs and an affiliate forced her into a car to come to my house. I called the police. Prosecutor, how would you describe Cassie that day? Kid Cudi, just really shook. Him finding out about us. And just think, at that point, she had been talking to Kid Cudi for almost a year while she was still having the freak off. So she probably was scared, because whatever fuckery she contributed to this situation, and for sure she was scared of Diddy, and with good reason. But yeah, I'm sure this was a mess. I think Cassie and Diddy, though, I think they're addicted to all kinds of mess. I think they were both addicted to drugs. I think they were both addicted to toxic relationships. I think they were both addicted to certain things sexually, which does not mean that there could not have been moments where Cassie said no and she was forced. I definitely think all of those things are true, while I also know that Cassie was a victim of domestic violence because we have evidence from the videotape. As I said, it may make you feel uncomfortable, but multiple things can be true at the same time. And you may not even like it, but multiple things can be true at the same time. Right? So let's see if we have any other update from the prosecutor. Okay, yes. The prosecutor said, "Why did your relationship with Miss Ventura end?" Kid Cudi, "The drama. It was getting out of hand. I wanted to give space." The prosecutor, "What drama?" Kid Cudi, "The break-in for my safety, her safety." Brian Steele objects. The judge said, "On what grounds?" Brian Steele said, "Speculation." The judge said, "Overruled." So in other words, the judge said, "Sit your ass down." In other words, the judge said, "Sit your ass down." All that stuff we just heard, you know that is not speculation. If he said, "I broke it off for my safety and her safety," how is that speculation? Again, the prosecutor says, "Why did your relationship with Miss Ventura end?" Kid Cudi said, "The drama. It was getting out of hand. I wanted to give space." Prosecutor said, "What drama?" Kid Cudi said, "The break-in for my safety, her safety." Brian still objects. The judge said, "On what grounds?" It still says speculation. The judge said, "Overruled." Overruled. Let's see if we have another update. Prosecutor, "Why did you have safety concerns?" Kid Cudi, "Because I knew Sean Combs was violent." Combs, still, "Your Honor, may we approach?" And so they're now in a sidebar. Let's see what CNN has to say about what we just read on X. Okay, defense attorney Brian Steele asked Kid Cudi if Sean Diddy Combs' treatment of Cassie Ventura bothered him because he was in love with her. Kid Cudi responded yes. Steele also suggested to Kid Cudi that during his meeting with Combs, Kid Cudi's understanding was that he and Combs were in the same position, having been played by Ventura, who was living a double life. The person who played you and the person who played Sean was Miss Ventura. True? Kid Cudi said true. Okay. So Kid Cudi said that he felt like he and Diddy were both being played. Cassie said Combs hit her and kicked her. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is back up for redirect examination of Kid Cudi. Johnson asked what Cassie Ventura had told Kid Cudi about the physical abuse from Sean Diddy Combs, that he would hit her, sometimes kick her. Kid Cudi said, "Man, this is by far the best testimony of the trial at this point, hands down. Especially, it's just y'all, it's just so much to talk about." So let's see if they're back from their sidebar at this point. Okay, we're still waiting. Someone commented, "This case is just toxic. It makes me want to have a safe space too." Right. That's why I said, look, multiple things can be true, and there's a lot of stuff that's effed up in this case, and it's a lot of effed up stuff happening by multiple people, including Cassie. Including Cassie. Okay. Let's see. Brian needs to be put in timeout. Brian is fighting for Diddy's life, and you could tell because he's objecting on stuff don't make no sense. Somebody else says still will object and sidebar anytime someone exposes the character of Diddy. Okay. But I guess that's what he's getting paid for. I guess that's what he's getting paid for. Someone else said prosecutors fought back on this one. Don't think they can clean it up at all. Still did great in the first half. Sucks to suck, though. One of the prosecutor's best witnesses so far. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Kid Cudi is by far the best witness for the prosecution so far. By far. Okay, Cassie fans are delusional for real, for real. When you see facts, you ignore it. Said, hey, you got Cassie got her supporters. Diddy has his supporters. I think more people probably support Cassie just because of that video. But there people have a lot of different opinions about this case. And I think the people who even there are some people who don't quote unquote support Diddy, but they're looking at this case as evidence is being presented, and they're looking at the charges that has been brought against him, and they're having different opinions as we get more and more information about what was going on in Diddy's world and Cassie's world, Kid Cudi's world. It's a lot of information. So again, I personally, I want Diddy to get time in prison. Okay. I do not want this man to be found not guilty on all charges. And I don't think he has a chance in hell of that happening. Right. But I will also say he is not charged with domestic violence. I will also say beyond the shadow of a doubt, and I will not have a debate with one person about it, Cassie is a victim of domestic violence. But I will also say when it comes to these freak offs, I'm a little bit on the fence with it. I think I saw evidence where Cassie was definitely down with it. Cassie also moved funny a lot between some of these men, even outside of the freak offs. And at the same time I say that, I would also say that doesn't mean that there were not incidents where she said no and she was forced to do it. So it's a lot going on. To me, there's so much going on in this case. It's not just a simple black or white type situation. And that's why I would hate to be on this jury. I would hate to be on this jury because out of all that I just mentioned, and that's just the probably highlights, 12 people still got to go in that room and come out with a decision. And just think we're in week 2 of what is supposed to be an 8-week trial. So who knows what else we're going to see. Only thing I feel 100% confident, well, there are 2 things I feel confident about at this point in the trial. One, Cassie, hands down, is a victim of domestic violence. Felt that before the trial, especially after seeing the videotape. That I'm certain of. What I also feel certain of, especially after today's testimony from Kid Cudi, is that Diddy is going to prison. Those are the 2 things I'm certain of right now. Cassie was indeed a victim of domestic violence. And Diddy is going to prison after today's testimony. How long? On which charges might he be found guilty? That I don't know. But I know he's going to prison. I feel certain of that. Would put money on it. Okay. Let's see if we have any update. They're probably really close to about lunchtime. So let's see if we have any other update at this point. Okay. We left off with why did you have safety concerns? The prosecutor asked Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi said, because I knew Sean Combs was violent. Brian Steele asked the judge if he could approach. They had a sidebar. Prosecutor said, the meeting at the Soho House. Mr. Combs said, I don't know what you're talking about your car. Did you believe him? Brian Steele objects. The judge advises the prosecutor to rephrase. Prosecutor, what was your understanding, Kid Cudi, that he was lying? Prosecutor, no further questions. The judge asked the defense if they wanted to recross. The Brian Steele said, no, Your Honor. And the judge let Kid Cudi know you're done. And Kid Cudi said, all right, and leaves. Okay, the judge calls for a break, and I am assuming this is probably the lunch break. Y'all, that testimony was everything. Oh my goodness. That testimony was everything. Okay, on the CNN side, here's an update that they've posted 1 minute ago. On redirect examination, Kid Cudi testified that Sean Diddy Combs' employee, Capricorn Clark, called Kid Cudi from outside his own house that morning in December 2011, and she told him Combs came to her apartment and physically forced her into the car. Oh, see, we didn't get that part in the X feed. Oh, on redirect. Oh, we got criminal organization. We got many things. How you gonna force somebody in the car? Is that connected also to kidnapping? And kidnapping isn't just related now to just freak offs and sex trafficking, but this as well. On redirect examination, Kid Cudi testified that Sean Diddy Combs' employee Capricorn Clark called Kid Cudi from outside his own house that morning in December 2011, and she told him Combs came to her apartment and physically forced her into the car. He said Cassie Ventura was really shook that morning, worried about Combs finally knowing that we had been hanging out and that he had my address and he was probably going to go to my house. Kid Cudi said he and Ventura broke up in December 2011 because the drama had become too much. He was concerned for her safety and his own. He said, because I knew Sean Combs was violent. Mm, 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 mm. My. My. Y'all. So I think right now they're probably, let me check and see if we have an update on the X feed, but I think they're probably going to lunch. Okay. Okay. I see that they've taken a break, but I haven't seen it officially as the lunch break. Let me just check. Okay, the court is taking a lunch break. All right. So they are on a lunch break now. And supposedly they will be on break until 1 o'clock. So I am going to put a little music on for a few minutes, take a quick bio break for myself, and then I'll tap back in because there is so much to talk about what we just heard from Kid Cudi. There is so much to talk about. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Please, if you are watching the live, please like the live. Please feel free to leave a comment. If you are not a subscriber already, please consider subscribing to the channel. I would appreciate the support. What do y'all think about what you heard today from Kid Cudi? What do y'all think? It is lunchtime at the court. I am putting my lunch message up. Let's see. Yeah, and let me see if before I do that though, the court is taking a lunch break. Let me see if there's any, because it looks like we may have another update. I was trying to see. I thought at one point they were suggesting that the chief of staff, KK, was up next, but that's just something else I was reading. All right. All right. Let me put this here. And I will be back. Probably take about a 10-15 minute break myself. And then I will be back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you had a great lunch. The jury is back, and we are ready to pick up with testimony. Kid Cudi is done for the day. I That testimony was just very damaging to the defense. Very, very damaging to the defense. So, next up is Mila Morales, who is a makeup artist and also a really close friend, supposedly, of Cassie for years. So the prosecution has called Mila Morales to the stand. So let me just make sure I have us all set up here appropriately. Please, if you're rewatching this, please like the live. Please drop a comment and subscribe if you're not a subscriber. I am growing, building very early on in streaming. So I appreciate all of your support. All right. So let's get started. Uh, okay, here we go. All right. So the prosecutor asks, "What's your name?" And she says, Mila Morales. I'm a celebrity makeup artist. And let's see what happens. Okay. Hopefully the updates come as quickly as they did with when Kid Cudi was on the stand. That was great. We didn't have any large gaps. Okay, so the prosecutor then says, "Do you recognize anyone you've worked for?" Miss Morales says, "Sean Combs in the gray sweater and white collar." "When did you work for Mr. Combs?" Miss Morales said, "From 2000 to 2005. "Then who?" "Rihanna." "Who else?" "Jennifer Lopez, Cassie." All right, this is a big deal makeup artist then. Let's see. All right. So we're just waiting right now in order to have more updates. But while we're getting more updates coming in from Mrs. Morales, I don't know about you all, but I am still processing the Kid Cudi testimony. I I I am still processing that testimony. I know that I need to do a separate video for that segment of the testimony today. And this would be the testimony where I would want to probably jump on someone else's live tonight and just be a part of the discussion. And who knows, I might be able to do that. I might not. I got some things going on that may get in the way of me doing that. But when I tell you that testimony was, I think it was everything we expected it to be and then some. I think The honesty from Kid Cudi about how he felt about the situation with Cassie and Diddy, it was just that testimony was just very damaging to the defense today, for sure. Probably the most damaging. Well, I'm not even going to say probably. I think it is, other than of course the infamous video at the hotel with Cassie and Diddy. I think Kid Cudi's testimony by far has been the most damaging to the defense. So right now on the stand we have Mila Morales, who was Cassie's makeup artist and also a longtime friend. She has testified that she worked for Diddy from 2000 to 2005. Then she worked for Rihanna. She also worked for Jennifer Lopez. She mentions Cassie here. So um, she obviously is the real deal and used to having celebrity clients. So let's go back and see if we have any update from inside the court at this point. Okay, yes, we do. The prosecutor asked, when did you work with Cassie? Ms. Morales said 2007 until COVID. Oh, that's a good span of time. She was like a little sister to me. Prosecutor, how much older than her are you? Miss Morales, a few years. Prosecutor, did you see her with injuries on her face? Miss Morales, 2010 Grammy weekend Prince party. Okay, because Cassie testified about there being some issue at a Prince party. I think this might be the Prince party where, if I'm not mistaken, she wasn't expecting to see Diddy at this party, but he showed up and she ran out the door or something, if I'm remembering that correctly. But okay, now we have. Let me add Prince's name to the name of entertainers mentioned during this trial. This list is long, but when I tell you all the entertainers who have been mentioned so far, none are connected to like any of the freak off incidents. So yes, that's a good thing. All right. So okay, she said, "Did you see her with injuries on?" The prosecutor said, "Did you see her with injuries on her face?" Miss Morales said, "Yeah." Miss Morales says, "Yes." 2010 Grammy weekend Prince party. Prosecutor, where were you with her? Miss Morales, Beverly Hills. I fell asleep in the room and woke up to a commotion. Cassie walked in, then Sean, excuse me, asking, where the F is she? Prosecutor, what did she do? Oh, so let's wait for this update. Like someone put here in the comment, just another day of chaos. Just another day of chaos. And let me tell you, while we're waiting on this update, all of this stuff, especially when you're like sitting here day after day after day, going through hearing this testimony and all of this, did you ever just give some thought to what's really happening behind the scenes, behind closed doors with these people versus what we see, right? Because when we don't know what's going on, what we saw was just what they want us to see: the glam, the fame, the money, the luxury, the red carpets, the yachts, the mansions, the luxury cars, the shopping, the parties with who's who at these parties across every kind of entertainment demographic you could think of, all races, all disciplines, acting, music, dancing, what comedy, whatever you name it, all these people, who's who, living the life, but not, but not. What's the saying? All that glitters isn't gold. All that glitters is definitely not gold. All right, let's see if we have an update at this point. Okay, yes. So we left off with the Miss Morales saying that she was with Cassie and Beverly Hills. She said, I fell asleep in the room and woke up to a commotion. Cassie walked in, then Sean, asking, where the F is she? What did he do? The prosecutor asked. Walk into the bedroom, shut the door. Prosecutor, what did you hear behind the door? Miss Morales, yelling and screaming, both of them. Then Sean Combs left. What did you see next? Miss Morales, Cassie. She had a swollen eye and knots on her head. I packed her things up. We went to my house. Wow. And somebody said knots. Of course, she means like bumps on her head. Just more, right? Just more and more and more of the same. So I guess the prosecution strategy is because I think the Kid Cudi testimony did so much more than just talk about domestic violence. Quite frankly, domestic violence in Kid Cudi's testimony probably made up maybe 5% of it, maybe 5% of it. So that I thought that was so great for the prosecution because that's what a lot of people have been asking for. Give us the other information, the other details to connect with these charges that you have. And he has 30 plus charges. So let's just remember that. Diddy has, I think, 30 plus charges against him right now. But that's what people have been asking for. Give us more evidence outside of the domestic violence because we've all, for the most part, checked that box that he's guilty of that while we're always saying, but that's not a part of his charges. So just give us more. Right. So I think they did that with the Kid Cudi. I think they started really, really swinging really hard with the Kid Cudi interview. But now it looks like to me, they're kind of going back to the domestic violence testimony from witnesses. But let's see if Miss Morales has something more to offer than just observing the domestic violence. Okay. So again, where we left off, the prosecutor said, what did you see next? She said, Cassie had a swollen eye and knots on her head. I packed her things up. We went to my house. Prosecutor said, then what? Ms. Morales said, my doctor friend came and examined her to see if she had a concussion. Prosecutor, what were you afraid of? Miss Morales, Sean, I feared for my life. The defense attorney objected, moved to strike, judge overruled. Prosecutor, how long did she stay? And Miss Morales replied, days. So after that particular incident, Cassie stayed at Miss Morales' house for days after that incident with the swollen eye and the knots on her head. And I'm sure Diddy was totally fine with that because, it seems like his MO, as Cassie testified to earlier, when he would beat her in a way where there was a lot of bruising on her face, he would normally send her somewhere for days in order for her to heal before he would let her come back out. Now, that wording I use, let her come back out, that too could later play a part into perhaps kidnapping because one incident Cassie talked about at the hotel, she was not allowed to leave. In Cassie's word, the people that worked for him wouldn't even allow her. Good Lord, what's going on with my words? Would not allow her to leave until y'all excuse me, until Diddy gave approval for her to leave. So the prosecutor just gotta, come on now, thread this needle and just make it plain. So let's see where they go. All right. So again, prosecutor asked Miss Morales how long did Cassie stay with her after this incident she described. Miss Morales said days. The prosecutor asked, have you done interviews about this? Miss Morales said, a couple. Prosecutor, were you paid? Miss Morales said no. Did you provide evidence? The prosecutor asked. Miss Morales said photos of me and Kim Porter. There's Kim's name again. Early 2000s. The prosecutor said, "Were you paid?" And she said $1,000. Hmm. Okay, so somebody paid her photos of me and Kim Porter early 2000s. Somebody paid her for those photos. Somebody paid her $1,000 for those photos. Is that what she's trying to say there? All right, let's go back and see if we have an update since then. Someone else in the comments said, interesting that I don't seem to find pictures of Mila and Kim. Uh, Someone else in the comments said, hard to reconcile the Diddy of the entertainment world and the behind the scenes one. Someone else said, Diddy looking at the judge during this trial. I suggest he not do that. Someone else said just about 99% of people who have testified, all except the Punisher, either witnessed or heard Cassie being physically beaten. Diddy is an animal. Someone else said, I'm not clear on this part. Evidence to whom for what? Someone else commented, a pic of Kim Porter is evidence of what? I'm lost. So this is where and we have to wonder how the jury is perceiving this, if they're perceiving it like how some of those folks in the comments are perceiving it. Are they perceiving it the way some of us are perceiving it when the prosecution does this? And I think the defense is in some ways has been even worse about this, but they start wandering off on topics and we really just don't see the relevance. Like a picture of her and Kim Porter, okay. And I think we're probably more impatient at this point because early on when they were doing all of that, we were just riding along with them to see where they were going. And then when they took us nowhere, that's why now I think a lot of people are like, okay, what is this about? Because we did give them room to cook and take us where they wanted to take us. And often it felt as if they didn't take us anywhere. So let's see if we have any update at this point. Okay, we got the last update with Mila saying she was paid $1,000. The prosecutor then said, no further questions. Wow, that was short. So I wonder who's coming to testify after the cross from the defense, assuming that because it's still early. So we're going to probably get another witness today after the makeup artist. So the defense now is up. The defense said, did you assist Miss Ventura for any red carpet events? Mila Morales said possibly in some music video, Black and Yellow. Defense attorney, we have photos. And so I guess they're showing her an exhibit. Let's see if we have. All right. Someone said, it's like they are trying to argue that he is not a violent, possessed, demonic monster. Well, that's what the defense has been hired to do. That really, honestly, that is the defense's job. These 10 high profile, none of us could, well, most of us could never afford these attorneys. These 10, that is what they've been hired to do. They have been hired to create a miracle. Okay. Someone else said, let's see where they go with this. Someone said she was in the Wiz video when. Okay. Oh, yeah. They're talking about Black and Yellow. That's what they're referring to, Wiz Khalifa. Okay. All right. Let's see if we have another update. And if we don't, I'll hop over to the CNN page to see what their live update is looking like at this point. Okay. So she's still looking at some exhibit handed to her by the defense. Meanwhile, I will hop over to CNN and see what they are talking about right now. Okay, Mila Morales, a former makeup artist for Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie, saw Ventura with injuries on her face once around Grammy weekend in 2010. After going to a party at Prince's house, Morales and Ventura went back to a hotel room. Morales said Combs came into the room later and asked where Ventura was. Combs went into the room where Ventura was and closed the door. And Morales heard yelling and screaming, Morales said. I was just frantic and I didn't know what to do, Morales said. Later, Combs stormed out of the hotel room, Morales said. Ventura was distraught, she said. She had a swollen eye and a busted lip and knots on her head, Morales testified. Morales took Ventura to her home where she stayed for a few days, the makeup artist testified. And see, this is exactly why I like going back and forth between CNN and the X thread because we get more context or more robust context using both resources. Another update on CNN says Mila Morales says she had a friend who's a doctor come to the house to check Cassie Ventura out after she saw Ventura with injuries. The doctor examined the injuries to Ventura's face, her stomach, and her ribs and recommended Ventura go to the emergency room. Morales, a former makeup artist for Sean Diddy, Combs, and Ventura, said. Cassie refused to go to the emergency room, Morales testified, and they did not call the police. Morales said she didn't call police because she feared Combs and she feared for her life. After the incident, Morales said she and Ventura never spoke of it again. Wow. So you had a doctor who checked her out, saw whatever was going on with the injury and bruises around her stomach and her ribs, and advised that she go to the emergency room. And Cassie decided not to go and did not call the police. Okay. So the prosecution is done with the question for Morales. And let's go back over to where you all are on screen with the X thread and see if we have any other update at this point. All right. I'm not seeing anything uh, at this point other than some exhibit that was given to the makeup artist for her to respond to. And I don't think we have any response yet. But yeah. So again, the prosecutor, after what I felt was a turning point with the Kid Cudi testimony, and that still matters, but they are back into the domestic violence lane now, unless Miss Morales goes somewhere more than what she just did. But the prosecutor is done with their questions, so she's on cross now with the defense. All right, so we're still waiting with after the defense gave some exhibit for her to review. So yeah, so who knows how any of this will resonate with the jurors. Like I said, what they're doing right now, going back to the whole domestic violence thing, I think Kid Cudi's testimony today was so strong that it may be less of a big deal just because Kid Cudi's testimony was significant, right? But and I was hoping though that the prosecution was actually taking a turn to give us more evidence like that. But apparently not, because we are back to talking about domestic violence. So we'll just keep seeing if this might be going anywhere else. All right. Okay, so we're back now. So the defense attorney gave some photos to Miss Morales. It was photos from a video shoot. And the defense attorney said the goal was that she looked put together. Miss Morales said, yes. Defense, these photos show your artistry. You reposted them on Instagram. Miss Morales said, yes. You were in her hotel room, though you lived near. She said, yes. Okay, where are we going, defense? Where are we going with these questions? Where are we going with these questions? Like somebody commented here, bro, why does this matter? Why does this matter? I mean, I'm really surprised at this point that the judge, and maybe he hasn't even gotten on them for this, And again, I've seen both the defense and the prosecution do it, but the defense, I don't know who's the greater offender of this. But why do we care if the makeup artist was in the hotel room with Cassie, although she lived nearby? Well, let's see if they take us anywhere to explain why we should care about that, or better yet, why the jury should care about that. Okay. Still no update here from inside. It's just this is where we start to get frustrated again. Someone commented, as usual, Cross is gonna say you weren't in the room to see it, so how can you say he did it? They have said that on at least two different occasions with different witnesses. Yes, you may have heard her screaming, you may have heard some commotion, but did you see it though? Yes, the defense has definitely approached a couple of witnesses this way, as if to say, if you didn't see it, it didn't happen. If a tree falls in the woods and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? It's like that. It's like that. If in this case, though, you did hear that there was a commotion, but if you didn't see the commotion, did the violence actually happen? Did the commotion actually happen if you only heard it and you didn't see it? Yeah, the defense has done that a couple of times. Cassie was in Wiz Khalifa's Black and Yellow video, and I did not know that either. I did not know that. I'm not sure we would. Well, maybe we'd be able to spot her in it now since we know more focused on her. But someone else said she did not get with Wiz as well. Now, did she? Well, let's. We don't have any evidence of that. We don't have any evidence of that. Okay. Because you better believe if this defense team has any evidence like that, they will definitely bring it forward. Especially after the testimony and the things that Kid Cudi said about feeling played by Cassie. Okay, let's see if there's anything for us yet. Okay, you live near. Okay. All right. Yeah, we do have an update. Again, the defense attorney said these photos show your artistry. You reposted them on Instagram. Ms. Morales said yes. The defense attorney said you were in her hotel room, though you lived near. Ms. Morales said yes. The defense attorney said you met Miss Ventura's family. Ms. Morales said her father. The defense attorney said you called a doctor and a lawyer. Ms. Morales said the lawyer lives in San Francisco. Defense attorney, did you provide emotional support? Ms. Morales said yes. Okay. I'm not sure how this. Okay, I'll just try to see where they land this plane, if they landed at all. But I have no idea why any of what they're talking about right now matters. Someone in the comments said back in session, Mila Morales testified about providing a pic of her and Kim Porter in early 2000s, said she was paid $1,000 for it. Okay, I've already read that. Someone says, so sad. Kim Porter gave him 3 children and stayed with him while he was still messing with Cassie, Gina, and anybody who would let him. When Kim dated other men, he interfered. He definitely did. He showed his ass when Kim started dating someone else. When Kim dated other men, he interfered with those relationships just like he did with Cassie. There was no getting away from his abuse. Facts. Someone else commented, interesting that I don't seem to find pictures of Mila and Kim. Okay, I think we went over that one. And let's see if we have anything at this point. Okay, yes, we do. So we left off with the defense attorney saying, you provided emotional support. Ms. Morales said, yes. The defense asked, you did an interview with CNN and with Extra TV, Don Lemon, Piers Morgan. She said, yes. Did Dateline reach out to you? Ms. Morales said, I don't look at those anymore. Okay. The defense attorney said, did you ask the government if you could do more? And then they gave her something to look at. I don't know. I don't know where I just don't know. I just don't know what's happening here, where the defense is taking us. I don't know if the defense is trying to say to the jury, don't take this witness as a credible witness because look at all these TV shows she's been on talking about this situation. I don't know if they're trying to suggest that maybe she's a clout chaser of some sort because she's been on all these shows talking about this situation. But while we wait for the X feed to update on CNN 4 minutes ago, they posted that defense attorney is showing the jury photos of Cassie from a music video shoot for the Wiz Khalifa song Black and Yellow. Mila Morales, who is on the stand now, did Ventura's makeup for the shoot. Before the jury entered, the defense argued to admit photos like this to push back on Cassie's previous testimony that Diddy stifled her career and the freak offs he allegedly orchestrated took time away from her ability to pursue her career. Okay, so they are trying. Okay. Well, they've already proven that point. I still don't know why the extra questions for the makeup artist, if that's what they're trying to do here. Before the jury entered, the defense argued to admit photos like this to push back on Cassie's previous testimony that Diddy stifled her career and the freak-offs he allegedly orchestrated took time away from her ability to pursue her career. The defense attorney told the court they also want to show the jury that Cassie had to spend time upkeeping her appearance for work events, not just for the freak-offs. That is wild. That is wild. So that is what CNN has updated. Let's go back and see if there's any update to the Twitter feed at this point. Okay, yes, it is. Okay, so we left off with the defense attorney asking the makeup artist, Miss Morales, did Dateline reach out to you? She said, I don't look at those anymore. I think something's out of context there. The defense said, did you ask the government if you could do more? Look at this. So they gave her something to look at. Defense attorney said, so you asked permission to speak to Dateline? And Ms. Morales said, of course I asked. The defense attorney said, after the incident, neither Mr. Combs or anyone from his company ever approached you? She said, no one did. For a documentary, were you paid? And Ms. Morales said, therapy? Now, I'm assuming something with that is out of context. Therapy? Did she mean she was paid with therapy? Somebody said, I would go to every media outlet to seek justice and publicity for my friend if they face this kind of harm. Somebody else says she lying, cook her ass. So, again, we have different opinions about how this testimony is going. Okay. Again, she says she was paid. When asked if she was paid, she said therapy. Okay, so let me hop over and see if there's any other update for CNN. Defense attorney revisited Mila Morales' testimony about the 2010 incident in the hotel. Morales confirmed that she did not see what happened between Diddy and Cassie Ventura inside the bedroom after he went in. The makeup artist testified that she and Cassie spoke with one of her friends who was a lawyer shortly after the incident. Yes, Morales responded. You were concerned, right? As the defense attorney asked. Very concerned, of course, Ms. Morales said. Morales confirmed that she continued her friendship with Cassie after she and Combs had broken up. Okay. I think this witness should be off the stand soon because I really don't know what we're getting here. Okay. The defense attorney said, you sold the photos to CNN for $1,000? Ms. Morales said, yes. The defense attorney said, no more questions. The judge asked for the next witness. Okay, so the next witness is Frederick Zemmour, the general manager of the Hermitage. Okay, Hotel LA. The prosecutor asked, why are you here? Mr. Zemmour said, I received a subpoena. So that is a pattern too, that when people are showing up to testify in this case, they are making it clear that they are here because they've been subpoenaed. And the prosecution I don't know. Maybe they want to say that, look, these people are here. They didn't really want to be here, so maybe you should really believe what they're saying, or give more credibility to what they're saying, because they did not want to be here. Right? We had to subpoena them to get them here. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get Gina though, because Gina seems like she's on the run. Okay, back to the testimony at hand. All right. We are still waiting. Mr. Zemmour said he received a subpoena. Let me see if anything else is on this CNN side. They just wrapped up too with Morales, saying that the makeup artist Mila Morales said she has done about 8 media interviews about her knowledge of Cassie and Diddy's relationship, and the 2010 incident in the past year. She said she wasn't paid for any of the public interviews. And Miss Morales is now off the stand. We now have Frederick Zamore, who's the general manager of a hotel in LA. And he was asked by the prosecutor, "Why are you here?" To which he replied, "I received a subpoena." So let's see if we have anything more after that. Okay, not yet. We're still waiting. And nothing more is really. Hotel employee is next to testify. The government's next witness is Frederick Zamore, an employee at the L'Hermitage. I don't know how to say that. A hotel in Beverly Hills, California. Zamore is the 15th witness called by the prosecution. So we are 15 witnesses in as of day 9. 15. Okay. So let's see if we have an update at this time. All right. Yes, we do. Okay. So the prosecutor asked, "Are you familiar with the hotel's reservation system?" Mrs. Zamore said, "We have a system called Opera. We enter in personal preferences." The prosecutor asked, "How long do you keep them?" Mrs. Zamore said, "They stay forever." Okay. Well, I tell you, this lady right here, she has been really diligent at pulling up pictures of the people. She has been really diligent in these comments of pulling up pictures of the people. So this, I'm assuming, is a picture of the guy who is testifying right now. So this is who we have on the witness stand right now. Okay. Let's see if we have any other update. Okay, we already heard what he said. They enter in customer preferences and they stay forever. Uh, Miss SpaceX commented, "They keep all guest info, payment info, and we sneak all the comments for us onto their profile, aka like difficult guest." Okay, okay. Let's see if we have almost every hotel besides Hilton uses Opera. Okay, she must work in that industry, because how in the world would you know that? That's cool though. That's a cool thing. I could think of other industries who need to use that. Let's see if we have any other update at this time. Mm, we're still waiting. Okay, I wonder, for the reporters and the content creators who are still in the courtroom right now, I wonder if this somewhat feels like a snooze fest after Kid Cudi. Because I can tell you right now that how the questioning was going with Kid Cudi and how the responses were happening with Kid Cudi, my energy was through the roof. Through the roof. And now the pace is really, really, really slow. Not to mention, we don't know where we're going. And some of these questions with the makeup artist, and now this man who's a manager at the hotel feels like, okay. So Zamora, who is on the stand now, is a general manager of the hotel in Beverly Hills, California. Prosecutors are admitting hotel reservation records dating back to 2008 into evidence. Oh, I tell you, nothing goes away, does it? Nothing goes away. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, still no update. No update. And they will, well, it's still early. It's 1:55. I didn't even realize it was that early. It felt later. They still I'm assuming this witness is not going to be on the stand long because he's not really offering that much. So I'm assuming he's not going to be on the stand that much longer. Um and yeah, I just don't know who else they're bringing on after this person. I could tell you though, after this hotel manager, one, I would like to see more witnesses, kind of like Kid Cudi, meaning more witnesses who was going to testify to us about some criminal things, not solely connected to domestic violence. I would love to see more of that. Uh, I would definitely love to see maybe some of the security people who I know are going to be questioned. His chief of staff, they may be saving her. I don't know when they plan to bring her in, but I cannot wait to hear from her. Uh, I can't imagine that they're putting any of his family on the stand, and I hope not. I hope they're not. If they had to put some of his family on the stand, I just don't want to see that. I don't want to see his children on the stand unless they have something where these kids were somehow involved in some incident that is important to the case, which I'm hoping is not the case. um I hope that's not the case. I would prefer not to see Diddy's children on the stand. Maybe that's the mother in me saying that. um So I don't know, and I can't. Maybe they might put his mom. I can't imagine if they put it. Hey, I don't know. There's been rumors over the years about Diddy's mother. As far as her involvement, there were rumors that Diddy puts a lot of things in his mother's name, um, and a lot of stuff he didn't even have in his name is in his mom's name. So I don't know if they get into a organized crime corporation. I don't know if that comes into play at all. So maybe. Um, but yeah, I don't think there's no star witnesses, meaning witnesses who are literally stars that they could call to testify on Diddy's behalf like a character witness. I mean, they could probably get up there and say, yeah, out of all the time we, were together over the years, I've never seen whatever. Maybe there's somebody who could say that because they did not. But I can't see any entertainer right now, especially one who is still actively working. I cannot see them wanting to be pulled into this at all. Because could you imagine if they were able, the defense that is, if they were able to get Jay-Z to come in as a character witness for Diddy? I mean, this is never going to happen. This is never going to happen. Okay? That videotape makes that's never going to happen. If the whole thing with Cassie and the videotape wasn't a part of it, there's so much testimony and from different people about the violence they saw. There is no celebrity that I can think of, maybe outside of Stevie J, and who considers him a celebrity anymore. So I don't see any celebrity sticking their neck out for Diddy at all. I just don't see that happening, you know. So let's see if we have any other update out here from the manager of this hotel. Okay, we have one where again the prosecutor was asking him how long do personal preferences stay within this system used at the hotel called Opera, and the hotel manager said they stay forever. Prosecutor said how reserved this room or who reserved this room for Sean Combs. The hotel manager said Ryan Lopez. Also, other names were used. Prosecutor, when was this profile first created? The hotel manager said 2006. It said Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Then they changed it to Jackie Star. Let me keep reading. Prosecutor said, let's look at 2011 through 2012. Okay, so let's see if we have an update. All right. Someone commented here, hotels change the name of the guest, especially for high profile, so other team members don't know to prevent spitting into food, etc. Okay, I hope that part of that is in jest. Okay, let's see if we have any other comments while we're waiting for the X feed update. Said his staff are lucky not to have been indicated or indicted. I'm sorry. Somebody else said switching names. Now look, for a high profile celebrity person, I don't think switching names is like unusual. I'm imagining it's not unusual. But it's just, Diddy and all the things we now know about him. Everything just looks like, what kind of freaky stuff are you up to now? You know? But that can't be unusual for high profile stars, especially to check in under an alias. So let's see if we have an update here. All right, so we are still waiting. The prosecutor just asked for the hotel manager to look at some exhibit or record from 2011 to 2012. So we left from a very, 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 very high point with the Kid Cudi testimony today, which I think was very significant for the prosecution and a huge blow to the defense, in my opinion. Now we've left from that and we've come back over to the land of domestic violence. The makeup artist who testified before the guy who's on the stand now, her whole testimony was about domestic violence and an incident that she witnessed. The hotel manager who's on the stand right now, they're still taking a long time getting to wherever they're going with him. But, all we know at this point, he's just talking about they have the system at the hotel called Opera where they can put in personal preferences and those preferences stay within their system forever, is what the hotel manager said. So let's see if the prosecutor is actually trying to take us somewhere with this testimony, because they often do not land, whether it's the prosecutor or the defense. They start down a pathway and then we're just like, okay, why are we talking about that? So while we wait for the X feed update, I'll update you all on what's posted to CNN 1 minute ago. The jury was shown hotel records for a profile that was initially created under the name Sean Combs in December 2006. The name on the profile was changed to Jackie Star in 2009. The general manager at the hotel in Beverly Hills said. The name was changed multiple times to Sean Combs, Frank White, or Frank Black around 2011 and 2012. In 2019, the name was changed to Ryan Lopez. Okay. Okay. Frank Black, that is a name we have heard during this trial, one of Diddy's aliases that we've heard from different people. And if Frank White is the first time Well, no, that has come up before too when people were just testifying that Frank White, I think, was connected to Biggie or a Biggie nickname. And so Diddy then chose to go by Frank Black. Okay. So there's that. So let's go back over to the X feed and see if we have any update. I really think they need to wrap up this hotel manager quick or step it up or something because right now we're really not getting, I don't, there's no there from what we've heard so far. So we're still waiting. Someone commented profile created using Diddy's name and BBR, then later changed to use different fake names. BBR record involvement is hotel reservations. Bad Boy Records. Okay. Profile created using Diddy's name and Bad Boy Records, then later changed to use different fake names. Bad Boy Records record involvement is hotel reservations. Okay. And the thing that this person lawyered up might be trying to get us to kind of focus on here is that anytime anybody, including the assistants, were doing anything where they used the company credit card or they were doing something in the name of the company, like Bad Boy Records is a part of a reservation, and you're using that place to do maybe some criminal things. I'm assuming what he's trying to get us to see is that may be a step by the prosecution to just keep building why this was a criminal organization. I mean, they're gonna have to do a lot more weaving than that, but I could kind of see what he's trying to say they're trying to do there. Um, and again, that comment from somebody that said that Diddy staff is lucky that they have not been indicted. Yeah, they're very lucky. They are very lucky, and I think they haven't been indicted because they've agreed to testify. Is what I'm thinking. Is I can you imagine? I bet you there is not one person who refused to testify, especially if they knew they were at risk of being charged. I mean, look how his chief of staff quit when all of this blew up. And you got his executive assistant, Diddy's personal executive assistant, who first started working for Diddy by reporting to his chief of staff. He got promoted from working with his chief of staff to become Diddy's executive assistant. So this executive assistant said he told the chief of staff what he was seeing with the violence, with the abuse, how it made him uncomfortable. And she said, that's sad. She said, that's sad. So he was asked, well, did she quit her job too? Because he ultimately quit because he didn't want to be a part of all of that. He said, not until recently. Right. She didn't leave her job. All this stuff blew up. When all this stuff blew up, and it looked like Diddy was about to be Epstein 2.0, that's when she quit her job and said, I ain't do nothing. I ain't do nothing. That I did not do a thing. So I think we're definitely going to see her because if we, like I said, if we do not see her as a witness for the prosecution, then I expect her to be charged as a co-conspirator. No way. No way is she not going to be somewhere in this mix. Okay, so let's see what else we have. Okay, so the prosecutor asked the hotel manager to let's look at 2011 and 2012. The prosecutor, this reservation, what's the bill? The hotel manager said over $2,000. It says only charge if KK approves. Prosecutor, what were the instructions? Hotel manager, put room out of service for cleaning, like the room hot, set it for 75 degrees. Okay, put room out of service for cleaning, like the room hot, set it for 75 degrees. Okay, so I guess these were the preferences that they had under this profile connected to Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. The prosecutor asked, what are these complaints? Hotel manager said, candle wax on carpet, security call, charge of $500. So I guess that was the damages they did. This I wonder. Well, no, because that's not the Intercontinental. So is this another situation where they were at a hotel and security had to be called? Hmm. Okay. So the prosecutor said no further questions. The judge asked if defense if they wanted to cross, and the defense said none. They said next witness. Ah. Okay. So unless the prosecutor put this witness up, the hotel manager, just to show that Diddy was uh, under the name of Bad Boy reserving hotel rooms that had a certain set of preferences that suggest they were it was being set up for a freak off, and they're somehow going to try to maybe tie that back to showing a criminal organization. I don't know why this manager just got on the stand. I absolutely have no idea why we wasted time with the makeup artist who got on the stand, because she told us nothing new. Meaning it's just more domestic violence. She told us about another incident, but it's just domestic violence. So I don't know why. I don't know why. That I feel like that time could have been used by other jurors who need to be moving um the prosecution's case forward. Okay. I mean, how do you get us on such a, okay, they're finally going in the right direction with the Kid Cudi type testimony, and then we're back here. Okay. So, judge calls next witness, and the next witness to take the stand is Special Agent Josh Croft. Now, we're going to see what this Special Agent Josh Croft is going to do. But I am going to tell you, after hearing testimony from two special agents already, I don't anticipate much. I don't. The special agents, to me, who've taken the stand already, they have been a disappointment. Because when they take the stand, what initially I thought was, okay, I know, I know they are going to bring the level of detail needed to really start sticking to some of these charges: criminal organization, racketeering, sex trafficking, the Mann Act. There's different charges, over 30 charges. So every time a special agent is called, I was like, okay, we're about to get the stuff now. And I've been disappointed both times. So I don't know what this third special agent is here to testify about, but I have no expectations. Or let's say, let me change that. I have low expectations. So before he even takes the stand, let me see if there's anything here worth noting that's been captured on the CNN side. Okay, they do give a little bit more detail around the preferences for the hotel room. They said these are the notes that the hotel put on Combs's profile. The notes include: please monitor outside his room, down the hall to spray air freshener. Always spills candle wax on everything and uses it. Oh, so these are notes too by the staff. Okay. Always spills candle wax on everything and uses the excessive amounts of oil. Place the room out of order upon departure for deep cleaning. Please authorize an extra $1,000 when guest stays with us to cover any room damages. Wow. These are the notes that the hotel put on Combs's profile. Please monitor outside his room, down the hall to spray air freshener. Always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amounts of oil. Place the room out of order upon departure for deep cleaning. Please authorize an extra $1,000 when guest stays with us to cover any room damages. Wow. But again, that's more to the freak. That's more to the freak offs. That's more to that stuff. And I think we have enough evidence. I think we have enough evidence. So the next person on the stand again is a special agent, and like I said, I have low expectations. The two prior special agents' testimony was disappointing. Per CNN, the government has called Joshua Croft to the stand. He is a computer forensics agent working for Homeland Security Investigations. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is questioning him. Croft is the 16th witness called by the prosecution. All right. Let's see what Joshua Croft has to tell us. All right. Again, I have very low expectations. So let's see. Mm, okay, we do have an update. Let's go there. All right. Prosecutor said or asked, "Where do you work?" Agent Croft, HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, extract data from computers. What is your training? The SANS Institute. Prosecutor, what does that stand for? Croft, I don't really know. They are opaque in that way. Okay. Somebody in the comments said, "Ooh, this could be interesting." Girl, don't get your hopes up. I'm telling you, I've sat here and been a part of this testimony from two special agents where I said, okay, we finna get some stuff, and we got nothing, in my opinion, nothing really. All right. And so who knows though? Maybe this guy will be the breakout star from the special agents because they have been disappointing. All right, let's see if we have any other update. Okay, not yet. Not yet. Um Somebody said, "What do you mean you don't know?" which is true. You mean you this is where you got your training from and you don't know what the acronym stands for? Okay. Somebody said, "What is on the computers?" Now that may be an interesting witness. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Someone else said this is going to be juicy. Somebody said, "Okay, opaque." Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see if they've updated us on Special Agent Josh Croft. Okay, we know he doesn't know what SANS stands for. He does not know what SANS stand for. That is funny. Maybe while we're waiting, because it seems like we're going to be waiting for a while, let's Google what does SANS Institute stand for, since the special agent doesn't know where he got his training from. Okay. SANS offers a diverse. Okay, we got all that. What's the acronym? Okay, now this man may have a reason for not knowing. Let's see. Uh, I am on the SANS Institute website, and they are not saying immediately what is this acronym for. Mm, okay, let me take back my snarky comments about this specialist not knowing what it stands for. Okay, let's see if it's here. Okay. Supposedly it stands for Sysadmin Audit Network and Security. SANS. SANS Institute stands for Sysadmin Audit Network and Security. Okay. I almost hate I looked it up. Let's go back. Let's go back and see if we have any update at this point. Come on, come on. Okay, come on. Well, gosh, we still don't have an update. The guy from Inner City Press who does this thread on X, he must be bored. He must be bored because the updates are definitely not flowing the way they were earlier today. But we will do our due diligence and we will keep checking. Okay. But come on. As far as I'm concerned, they could have ended this trial or ended today's courtroom activities after Kid Cudi testified. That's how I felt about it. Now, while we're waiting for the X feed to update, let's see if we have anything else. No, we're still waiting. Um, Tomorrow, I will likely not be live streaming. Um, I have some things I have to do tomorrow that won't make that possible. So I might miss tomorrow altogether and might not be back on till Saturday evening sometime, which may work out fine because that way I could kind of get caught up over the weekend on what all happened on Friday and then maybe even do some very, very short videos around some of the highlights of what happened. Okay. So let's see. First of all, this witness, what's taking so long for us to get these updates? Let me stop. Let me stop because Inner City Press, for whatever's taking so long, he has been doing an amazing job. And a lot of folks, content creators way more significant than me are relying on him. All right. So we do have an update. The prosecutor asked, "What does SANS stand for?" He didn't know. He said they're opaque in that way. I just Googled and looked it up, and hey, I did that. Okay, so then the prosecutor said, "What tools do you use?" And he says TX1 and digital collector. Prosecutor, whose laptops did you extract? I'm sorry, special agent says Cassie Ventura. This is a MacBook Pro, roughly from 2010, 2011, with a white case. Okay. Somebody said, wait, not Diddy's device. Well, don't be alarmed by that because from what was said in some of the earlier testimony, some of the videos that were taken were actually taken on Cassie's phone. So you know, it may be this may be still where the stuff is. So let's see. Let's see. Uh Somebody said, "Oh, Ish, what he found in it?" Because yeah, this is gonna be. I want to see her laptop, but under Diddy's control. Exactly, exactly. And remember how many people, what did I just do? Remember how many people kept testifying, especially the assistants, how they would have to go and get like Diddy's laptop, like you would call and ask for an iPad or iPod or whatever. I'm just electronics. There were several people who testified to that, especially when he was in these hotel rooms. So let's just see what this special agent is going to tell us. All right. Okay, we do have more. All right, so Special Agent Cross said he had the laptop, Cassie Ventura's laptop. It's a MacBook Pro, roughly from 2010, 2011, with a white case. Prosecutor, did you boot it up? Special Agent, I got to the MacBook factory default screen. Prosecutor, but you got data? Special Agent, the hard drive had data not overridden by the factory reset. Mm. Okay. And what did you find, Special Agent Croft? Croft, by the way, is a very special agent like name, isn't it? Special Agent Croft. Okay. Okay. Let's see while we're waiting what CNN is saying on their side. Oh, they're still talking about Kid Cudi, right? Mm. I how the okay, let's talk about, well, maybe I'll save that. Let me see first if they have an update. If not, I will definitely let you all know what an expert is saying about Kid Cudi's testimony. Just 1 second. Oh, I think I went further out than I was anticipating. Okay, here we go. Okay, no, we're still waiting. So, there's a legal expert who had this to say about Kid Cudi's testimony on CNN. Rapper Kid Cudi's testimony that his car was blown up in his driveway while he was dating Cassie did not prove Diddy Combs was behind the arson, defense attorney and CNN legal expert said. In the cross examination of Kid Cudi, defense attorneys were able to cast doubt on claims that Combs and his co conspirators were involved in the car fire. The defense did some damages on cross examination because there was no direct evidence that Combs was involved. There was never an arrest. There was never a prosecution related to that incident. Maris said Kid Cudi testified that he never saw who blew his car up or had any direct information about it. He just believed it to be Combs because he thought Combs was, quote, violent, Maris said. The arson incident, legal experts say, is a key piece of the prosecution's argument that Combs ran a criminal enterprise consisting of violent behavior, sex trafficking, and the procurement of narcotics. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. I think they'll definitely find him guilty too of the procurement of narcotics. We've had enough testimony from assistants who went to procure drugs for Diddy, so he'll definitely, in my opinion, be found guilty of that charge. I don't agree with what this legal expert is saying. I think to the people on that jury listening to what Kid Cudi had to say, also being very clear about Diddy breaking into his house, I don't think it's going to be hard for them to say that they believe he set that man's car on fire or had someone set that man's car on fire. I think they're just going to believe it. I'm saying the legal expert may be right in what they just said about, there's no direct evidence, nobody saw him do it and all that. Based on Kid Cudi's testimony, I believe that jury, if not all of that jury, I believe the majority of that jury is like, yeah, he set the car on fire. We don't have no doubt that he did it. So we'll see how all of that shakes out. We'll see how it all shakes out. Okay, let's see if we have an update by now on what did this man find on Cassie's MacBook. Okay, we're still waiting. And again, this special agent in what cybersecurity computer stuff. Let's just say computer stuff. He said that the hard drive had data not overridden by a factory reset. So, what's on the hard drive? We all want to know. What is on the hard drive? That's what we want to know. And come on, because feels like they're taking too long. Let me see what time it is. It's 2:29, so we got about 30 minutes to go. 30 more minutes to go. Let's see if we have any update yet. Wow, this is taking a long time. A long time. Okay. So we're still waiting. Someone says super keen to hear more of this. That someone posted a meme of people trying to see what's on this laptop. Somebody else commented, excellent, uh-oh, and oops. Someone else said, interesting. I don't want to see any meme with Drake in it. Someone said, y'all do realize the feds have a 97% conviction rate, right? They don't bring charges without the evidence. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We only in week 2. Okay. Yes, we've all heard that stat. And we also know that a lot that prosecution rate is so high for one because a lot of people who they charge with things take plea deals, and also, but again, their conviction rate is high. Um, and let's not forget, Irv Gotti beat a Fed case. So if Irv Gotti with his resources beat a Fed case, maybe Diddy might be able to beat it too. I don't think he will. Like I said, I am certain he's going to prison for something. I don't know which of these charges the jury is going to say guilty, but the jury is going to find this man guilty of something. He's not about to walk. That I do feel certain of, especially after Kid Cudi's testimony. But yeah. So I mean, it just feels like we are taking, and I know things are still moving in the court. We just have to wait until we get an update. But oh my gosh, it's just like, okay, why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? Okay, so the prosecutor, okay, where we left off, the prosecutor asked the special agent, did you get data? That is from Cassie's MacBook. He said yes. The hard drive had data not overridden by the factory reset. Prosecutor, what is unallocated space? What is unallocated space? Special agent says something not viewable, something previously deleted. Prosecutor, explain how computers store data. Special Agent Croft, you have a table of contents. A file can still be stored in unallocated space. Well, that kind of goes back to when we say, even when people use like storing stuff in the clouds, that nothing is ever really deleted. And maybe some things are, but I don't know. It kind of goes with who was testifying. Somebody was testifying this week, and they were talking about not throwing away their computers or laptops. I don't. It might have been Cassie's ex best friend Carrie, but there was so much agreement, definitely from me and from other people in the comments that yeah, as our devices, age out or we upgrade or whatever, we often don't throw the old device away because we are afraid that somebody might get it and get into information that the public doesn't need to have. And I would think a lot of people are not even talking about the level of freaky deaky stuff Diddy's in, but they're just talking about even stuff like you may not want them to have access to, like maybe you got tax forms and stuff with your medical records, social security number, addresses, kids' school addresses, pictures. You don't want personal information getting in the hands of somebody else. And so a lot of people tend to hold on to their old devices, their old telephones, their old computers because they don't want to take the risk. So, and because they think they've deleted something, they think they did a factory reset and they think that wiped out something, but we've heard more than one expert say somebody can still access it. Okay? So let's see if he has more to add. Mm, okay, this is definitely not it. This is Mrs. Morales' testimony. Okay, so trying to see if we have an update from Mr. Croft. I have no idea why it's going so far back. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Not sure what's happening there. All right, let's look and see what CNN has updated us. Maybe they have something. Joshua Croft, a computer forensics agent with Homeland Security Investigations, testified that he extracted data from three of Cassie Ventura's laptops. Okay. He said one of the laptops had been set to factory default and another open to a login screen with user profiles for Frank Black and a guest profile. The third laptop, which had some dents and bends, would not power on, he said. Oh, okay. So he has three laptops from Cassie, one that would not power up, but then the other two he was able to access. All right, let's see where we're going from here. Uh, and pardon me as I get us back at the right place. So I hope I'm not making you all dizzy with how quickly I'm moving on the screen. Because for some reason the feed just didn't. It kept going back to like what it just did. It went back to the Kid Cudi testimony. Let me scroll down and see. Uh, I don't know why it's doing that. Mm, okay, let me scroll down and see if we got something more. Hmm. I don't know why it's doing that, y'all. Let me go back out and try to get us to the right place. Doesn't look like refresh is happening right. Here's Kid Cudi before we get there, before he went into the courtroom today, who I think did an excellent job on the stand. I think he did an excellent job on the stand. So hold on and let me just try to get us back to the right place. It was doing fine, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. Um, are they done with the Croft already? Mm, okay. My apologies for the pause. I'm just trying to verify exactly where we are in this right now because we got to the part where he said the previously deleted. He explained how computers store data. Special Agent Croft said you have a table of contents. A file can still be stored in allocated space. So on these three laptops, how were they backed up? Special Agent Croft said iTunes was used before iCloud. Some looks a little Something looks a little funky, prosecutor, but you can validate the funky, as you say, data by going to the raw data. He said yes. The prosecutor said nothing further. Okay. I, yeah, okay. So that is, I'm sure the defense is going to cross the special agent at this point. But again, y'all, unless the prosecutor is planning on calling this special agent back, this is another one of those situations where now we've had three special agents on the stand, and if this is all the prosecutor has for this person, all this special agent told us is that he has three MacBooks from Cassie. He was able to get into two of them, and one of them had, I guess, it was damaged and it wouldn't power up. But we don't have anything, and what at least what we're having on this thread from Inner City Press, we don't have any information about, okay, well, when you got in them and you got in the information that you said was still on the hard drive, what was it? That's the part we're not getting in this thread. So let me jump over quickly to CNN and see if they have any update as far as what they could share with us. Uh, no, the defense team starts cross-exam of computer forensics agent. Prosecutors has finished their direct examination of Joshua Croft, a computer forensics agent with Homeland Security Investigations. So defense attorney Tenny Garagos is not asking him questions on Cross. So, but can you validate the funky? So was this whole testimony for us to hear from this special agent that he could see iTunes was used, and before iCloud something looks a little funky? And the prosecutor says, but you can validate the funky, as you say, data by going to the raw data. And he said yes. And then the prosecutor said nothing further. Well, what the hell was what was the data? What was the data that was connected to this something funky? See, that's the stuff right there that people are complaining about. And again, maybe it's some type of tactic that is beyond our skill set, those of us who are not lawyers. But you know who else's skill set it might be above? The jury. Because I don't think there are any lawyers on that jury. So I'm sure a lot of them are processing this stuff just like us. But that's it. He said nothing further. Nothing further. That's it. Somebody commented, that's just an appetizer. We need more. Exactly. I'm telling you, that's why I said when they said they're calling a special agent to the stand, I said I have low expectations. And I had low expectations because of how the first two performed, how the first two special agents performed. Somebody said they are grasping at straws with all of this. Somebody else said, well, that was anticlimactic. Yes, that was very anticlimactic. It's like, why are we wasting that time? Y'all come on, because y'all don't have anybody else to talk to. Because let me tell you, I do have stuff I do need to do, but I'm going to see this through to the end. So come on. Someone said, I could see the judge is about to call it for the day soon. Yes. Hopefully we could get a full day in one time. Someone else said, I don't think we are going to get to know what was on those computers. And I don't think we were. That's why it was anticlimactic. You call up the special agent connected to all the computer stuff. You used all the words, cyber this and cyber that and all of this. And he's able to, forensics. He's a computer forensics guy. And we're like, okay. Now I'm over here like, okay. Because I already been seeing two duds come out of the special agents already. So I'm like, this is just going to be number 3. So he gets up there and he starts talking about the laptops that he has. He has 3 MacBook laptops from Cassie. Okay. Can get into 2. Couldn't get the other one to power up. Okay. Looks like he said maybe there's look like something a little funky on one of them. As far as where the data is stored. Prosecution says, but you can validate the funky, as you say, data by going to the raw data. And he said yes. And the prosecutor said nothing further. Judge, please call this. Please call it. We're good. We're good for the day. We are good for the day. Okay, so the defense has questions of this witness, the special agent. So the defense says on one of the laptops, there was a Frank Black profile. Special Agent Croft said yes. Did you process every file? Special Agent Croft said yes. Have a wonderful weekend. That's what the defense said. Have a wonderful weekend. Okay, so it's on redirect now. Back with the prosecutors. Frank Black, again, did his alias. Frank Black, did you proceed under Mrs. Ventura's consent? The prosecutor asked. Agent Croft said he proceeded under warrant. All right. Oh my God. Somebody said the defense knows he's cooked. Somebody else said where you sit determines what you see. The data must be very damaging. Okay. Maybe that would explain it that I don't know. Just how it's being displayed to us in this thread, it just isn't making sense. Someone said in cases related to cyber forensics data, defense usually zooms in on chain of custody to try and delegitimize the case. Data is data and can't be refuted. Chain of custody is a different beast. Somebody said, "Oh, this is interesting. Have a wonderful weekend." Laughing emojis. Oh, Warren, I like this. Okay, so let's see if the prosecutors are going to say something of substance now. Okay. We got through the cross from the defense of Special Agent Croft. And let's see, we got to that part. We read the part about um viewable, okay, explain how computers store data. We got to that part. And I don't know what just happened with my computer, so pardon me, y'all. Uh, and then let's see what else we have. Uh, did we get an update? Hmm. Okay, I think the judge just ended today's trial. Okay, of the day's proceedings. Let's see. The defense said, "Have a wonderful weekend." The prosecutor said, "Frank Black, did you proceed under Miss Ventura's consent?" The special agent said he proceeded under the warrant. The judge said, "No more witnesses. Jurors, I intend to release you early. Any objections?" The people started laughing. I know that's right because I'm not on the jury and I want to be released. He told them, "Don't read anything about the case. Go for a walk. Watch the Knicks avenge the game one loss." More laughter. "And you must tattle. We're making great progress. All right. And you must tattle." Okay. I don't know what that means. All right. So, comment here from Lawyered Up said Adrian Crawford's done on direct, by the way. I don't if the defense I doubt if the defense will cross examine him. Crawford was basically being used to lay the foundation for the introduction of info data extracted from the laptops. Okay. All right. Well, at least that makes sense. But Lord knows that was painful to sit through. All right. So let's see what how CNN may have wrapped this up. Uh the jury is dismissed and the trial will continue on Tuesday. Oh, oh my goodness. So there is no trial going on tomorrow. I am so happy about that because I wasn't going to be available tomorrow. Okay, so this is a Memorial Day weekend. The judge gave the jury strict instructions to avoid any and all conversations and media coverage about the case over the holiday weekend. Court is dark tomorrow and Monday for the Memorial Day holiday. I'm so happy about that. You would think I was actually on the jury. Okay. So, y'all, to wrap day 9 up, The big, 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 big deal of day 9 was Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi to me was the big deal. And the analyst for CNN who said, well, maybe it hurt the defense because he didn't see Diddy set the car on fire. I do not think that is how his testimony is going to sit with the humans over there, the lay people who are not legal people, lawyers and stuff. I do not believe that's how Kid Cudi's testimony will resonate. I do not think that at all. I think they're going to feel like, wow, this man has some details. He has details about Diddy breaking in his house with someone else, putting his dog in the bathroom when his dog was used to just being left out and roaming. The dog obviously had a fit when he saw 2 strangers in the house, as dogs will do. The man said his dog was never the same, just jittery. Just jittery. Okay. All the threats, the meeting they had. But when he said Diddy was standing at the mirror with his hands on his back looking like a Marvel supervillain, that might have been the best line of the day. So I will say at the end of week 2, it has been a challenging week as a person observing all of this. And I think today, I really feel today, with the testimony of Kid Cudi, is the first day that I felt that there was significant testimony other than the domestic violence first and foremost, and then of course the drugs and the freak offs. This significant testimony involved very little of that. Kid Cudi's testimony that involved domestic violence may have made up about 5% of what he testified about. That is significant to me because we all know how this has been moving. So anyway, I am going to wrap right there. Again, as always, thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for stopping by. Please like the live. Please comment on the live. Please subscribe. Consider subscribing. Just do it. It costs you nothing. I got goals. I'm to leave any and all feedback. I'm thankful for that as well. You all have a great, fantastic, and safe Memorial Day weekend. Okay. Have fun, whatever fun means for you. Now, hopefully the fun now doesn't involve any of this type of stuff that it was doing. Okay. Then you don't do that. Don't do that. Just don't do it. I don't care if anybody, even if people say they down with it, just don't do it. there's a whole lot of other things you could do for fun. Okay. But all jokes aside, have fun this weekend, and whatever that means to you. If that means you're not with anybody, but you're just chilling and enjoying yourself and binge watching TV, or if that means you're surrounded by family for cookouts, or if that means you're at the beach on a girl's trip or a guy's trip, whatever that means. If that means you're doing a self-care weekend and you're just getting pedicures and manicures and massages and going out for a great meal, whatever that means for you, please find time for yourself this weekend as much as you can and enjoy yourself. Enjoy your extended weekend. I think most people perhaps should have an extended weekend. I know that doesn't apply to everybody. But until the next time, I guess we won't be back here for a live with a trial until Tuesday. So until that time, bye, y'all.